Okay. So now I would love to introduce our fantastic Dean, Karen Colley. Karen Colley serves as the Dean of the Graduate College at the University of Illinois at Chicago, where she provides leadership for UIC's graduate students who are enrolled in 50 PhD and 80 master's programs, spanning the arts and humanities, social sciences, life sciences, physical sciences, and engineering. In addition, Dr. Colley is currently serving as the interim university librarian and dean of libraries, a job that has her working to assist library faculty and staff in safely opening the libraries this semester, which we definitely need. Dr. Colley started her career at UIC in 1991, attaining the rank of full professor of biochemistry and molecular genetics in 2002. During this time, she maintained an NIH-funded research program for over 25 years. After co-founding and leading the first umbrella graduate program in biomedical sciences at UIC, she served as the College of Medicine as an associate dean for graduate research and education, interim associate dean for research, and the associate dean for faculty affairs before being appointed graduate college dean in 2012. In this role, she has focused on expanding graduate student professional development and diversity pipeline programs. Most recently, she and her staff have created the Pipeline to an Inclusive Faculty program and the NIH-funded post-bac program, the UIC portal to biomedical research careers called PREP. So now I would love to welcome our fantastic, wonderful, who I call her Wonder Woman Dean, Dr. Karen Colley.
Well, thank you so much, Teresa. I want to welcome everyone. Welcome to UIC and to graduate school and this new thing we're doing, this virtual orientation. We're so happy to have you here, and we hope you feel as proud to be part of UIC as we feel about UIC. I want to thank Teresa, Jody, and behind the scenes, Shannon Redden for putting this all together, and all the panelists you're going to hear from today that are not just grad college staff, but people from all over campus. So, as Teresa said, I wish we could all be together so I could see your faces. But even though I can't see you in person, I still know this is an exciting and possibly anxiety-producing time for you, as your comments in the chat box and in the Padlet suggested. Each one of you comes to graduate school with a different set of experiences and different levels of preparation, different obligations outside the academic experience, and different expectations. Some of you have just finished your undergraduate work. Others have been out of school for many years. Some have families and work obligations outside of school and need to figure out how to balance their program's demands with these other obligations. And some of you know, or you think you know, what you want to do when you complete your degree. And then others aren't so sure. Nevertheless, this is what I hope for all of you during your graduate school experience. That graduate school will be a time of great intellectual discovery and growth for you. That you will learn your strengths and your weaknesses and always have the confidence to ask for help when you need it. I can't emphasize this enough. Don't be afraid to ask for help. That you will start thinking about potential careers right at the beginning of graduate school. In other words, now, and be proactive about gaining the skills to excel in those careers. You might want to consider multiple options at this point. That you will cultivate great mentors, not only from the UIC faculty and staff, but also from your UIC peers and individuals in your discipline around the country and around the world. That you will create, formulate, discover something that no one else has ever created, formulated, or discovered before. And that you will emerge from graduate school as a true scholar who is a great thinker, an expert communicator, and a team player. Your programs can help you achieve many of these things, and the graduate college can help too, as you will hear today. But I want you to listen tight now. The primary responsibility for achieving all these things rests with you. You are the master of your own destiny. You must take responsibility for your successes, but also for your failures. Those failures will be the most important because they will teach you about yourself and help you grow. So don't dismiss them. So here's your immediate to-do list. First, figure out your program's expectations and determine how to achieve them. If it's not clear to you, ask. Ask your director of graduate studies, the faculty, and maybe even more importantly, more senior students who have the inside scoop on everything. Build your support network. This is something you're going to have to do throughout your career, so get on this right away. Look beyond your academic program to gain skills that you need to be successful in your field. That might be just making sure you present your work and network with leaders and peers in your field at conferences, finding mentors who have the job you aspire to. Or it may be that it's taking some out-of-the-box workshops, courses, or internships to improve your skills and position yourself uniquely for a career. Your goal is to finish graduate school as a true scholar, but also with the skills you need to be successful in your chosen career. And now I'm going to share my screen. Let's see if I can do this. And hopefully be able to slideshow. There we go. So with respect to finding opportunities to develop your skills, I have an exciting announcement that will be of particular interest to those of you who aspire to academic careers and will be doing a lot of teaching. And maybe teaching in your very near future if you're anticipating being a TA at UIC. UIC has just become part of the national network called CERTL, or the Center for the Integration of Research, Teaching, and Learning. Over the next year, a group of dedicated faculty, staff, and students, including myself and Dr. Erin O'Leary, our new Executive Director of the Center for Teaching Excellence, will be working to create CERTL programming that will assist graduate students and postdocs to improve their teaching skills according to the CERTL core ideas, which are learning through diversity, learning communities, and teaching as research. Originally, CERTL was directed solely at training STEM future faculty, but at UIC, as at many other colleges and universities around the country, we will be extending our programming to students in all disciplines. So what you can do right now, and you can see on the slide, is go right to the CERTL website, certl.net, and sign up. You can get in just because you're a UIC grad student. And this will allow you access for free to a bunch of online resources, workshops, and courses focused on teaching. Please sign up and take advantage of this really great resource. Sign up now, and if you don't have time to do it now, go back later. You'll know where to find it then. So I will stop my share. So finally, I want to let you know that the Graduate College is here for you with advice on rules and requirements, with one-on-one mentoring, and with workshops and courses that will help you build skills to succeed in graduate school, in your day-to-day life, and to secure a job after graduation. We want to be part of your successful graduate school experience. So please come and, well, virtually visit us initially, and then when we're open again, visit us. And I want to wish everyone good luck and ask you to work hard and have fun. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Dean Colley, for those wonderful words and suggestions. Just important words of advice to take into consideration. Now we are going to do we're going to listen to a quick video that is about campus care. I know some students had questions about campus care, and that's a big thing, right? Knowing about our healthcare and how to take care of ourselves, especially in this time. So we are going to show campus care, the video, and that should be about 15 minutes, and then we will go on to our next panelists.
Hello, welcome to the UIC orientation for fall 2020. My name is Angela and I am with the Office of Campus Care. My preferred pronouns are she, her, and hers. And what I'm going to go over with you today is the health insurance that is offered to all students here at the university. Because health insurance is mandatory for every student who is registered for courses here at the university, students are automatically enrolled into the Campus Care program and assessed the Campus Care fee on their tuition. Students are then given the option to waive Campus Care by showing proof of other health insurance prior to our deadline date for the semester. What I'm first going to go over with you is how the Campus Care program works and what that looks like for students. And then I'll also go over with you how to waive out of the Campus Care program if you're choosing to use other health insurance while you're here at the university. A few things to know about Campus Care. We are a self-funded student health benefit plan. All of the money that comes to fund this program comes from student premiums. We are not funded by the university and we are not funded by the state. We also work in conjunction with the student health service fee to provide comprehensive benefits to all students. And we're also a completely web-based program. Everything that I'm going over with you today is available on our website, as well as a lot of other good information. The easiest way to find our website is to Google Campus Care. We're about the first 10 websites that show up. Campus Care works like a traditional HMO plan. What this means is all services must be provided at an in-network provider. The in-network location for your primary care site here at the Chicago campus will be the UIC Department of Family Medicine. And then for specialty services and hospital care, that will be at the UI Health Hospital, which is located on the West Campus in the Medical District. What is important anytime that you have an HMO plan, not just Campus Care, is that all of your services must begin with your primary care physician, and then you will obtain authorized referrals for specialty care. Why choose Campus Care over some of the programs that are available to you in the marketplace? First of all, Campus Care has absolutely no deductible. We're going to cover you at 100% from day one. We have minimal out-of-pocket expenses. We work really hard to keep this program as affordable as possible for students. We do have a pharmacy benefit that is included. We do not exclude for pre-existing conditions, and we are more affordable than most other student health benefit programs in the area. Campus Care also meets the minimal essential coverage underneath the Affordable Care Act. With the Affordable Care Act, we are required to send out a 1095B document to every single one of our members each year. The best way for you to get this document is to get it online via our website. In order for us to provide your tax document to you electronically, you have to give us permission. Keep an eye out for an email coming around October with instructions on how to elect to get that tax form electronically. Also, please make sure that you have all of your email addresses up to date in your My UIC account. A lot of other organizations at the university will use those email addresses to communicate with you. If you see an email from Campus Care, please take a moment and read through that email and make sure that you've done whatever it is that we're reminding you to do. That could end up saving you a lot of money while you're here at the university. This is a quick snapshot of our benefits summary. We have a much longer benefits summary on our website if you would like to take a look at that. But as you can see here, we cover most things that are 100% minus a small copay. Your copay for a physician visit is $15, and that is the same if that is for a family medicine physician or if that is for a specialist visit. The inpatient hospital per day copay is $50 per day. Outpatient hospital services such as lab tests and MRIs are covered at 100% with no copay. And then for the emergency room, provided you go to the UI Health emergency room, we cover that at 100% with a $50 copay. Now, if you're having a true life-threatening emergency and you are not near the UI Health Hospital, please don't come back to campus. We want you to go to the nearest emergency room. We do cover at out-of-network emergency rooms. We just cover that a little bit less. We cover that at 70% minus a $50 copay. We do have temporary policy changes due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and information about those policies can be found on our website. Please make sure you're checking that for the most up-to-date information. This shows the physical locations of the Family Medicine Center and the University of Illinois Hospital. The Family Medicine Center is located at the corner of Maxwell and Halsted on the East Campus, and then the University of Illinois Hospital and Health Sciences System, where most of the specialty care is, on the corner of Taylor and Wood. The phone number here is the phone number for Family Medicine. This is the phone number that you're going to call to get an appointment with Family Medicine. This is the phone number that you will call to get an authorized referral to see a specialist. And this is also a phone number that you can call to speak with a physician on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're ever in a situation where you're not sure if what you're experiencing is an emergency, you don't know if you should go to the emergency room or an urgent care center, you can contact Family Medicine at this number to speak with a physician for direction of care. Please note that the only time Campus Care covers an urgent care visit is when you do contact Family Medicine first to get authorization for that. This shows the pharmacy locations. If you walk into one of these two pharmacies, the first one, the University Village Pharmacy, is right across the hallway from Family Medicine. The second pharmacy, the Eye and Ear Infirmary, is located about a block west of the hospital. If you walk into one of these two pharmacies, all you're going to pay is your copay up front. Our copays are $10 for generic, $20 for brand, and for anything not listed on our formulary would have a $40 copay plus a 10% coinsurance. We do have a pretty extensive formulary. You can take a look at that on our website and know what your medication copay will be. Now, if you don't want to come to campus to go to one of these two pharmacies, that is fine. We do allow students to go to any pharmacy that they choose, such as a Walgreens, a Target, a CVS. Please know that if you do go to one of those pharmacies, you will need to pay for the entire cost of your medication up front and then submit a claim to us for reimbursement through the mail. It can take about 4 to 6 weeks for you to get that check back. There are instructions on our website about what you need to submit and how to submit that claim form. The cheapest upfront out-of-pocket cost to you would be to go to one of our 2 in-network pharmacies. This is an example of a Campus Care ID card. You can print this out from our website. We do not mail this out to students, and we are an online program. And we do recommend that you print this out once every academic year. When you go to Family Medicine, you can often use your iCard as your Campus Care ID card, but printing out this card and having it handy will allow you to give it to an out-of-network emergency room if you're in that unfortunate circumstance. This card has all of the information that they need to bill us directly. We do pay for 1 routine eye exam per year at the Eye and Ear Infirmary on campus and at the Millennium Park Eye Center in downtown Chicago. All other vision services and all dental services besides that routine eye exam do go through a third-party vision and dental discount program. This is run through a company called United Health Programs, and this provides our members with a discount on vision and dental services. The way that this works is you can go to our website, you would click on benefits, and then click on vision or dental, depending on what you need, and then you can click locate provider. UHP has a large network of nationwide providers where you can go to obtain the discount. What you can do is once you click locate provider, you can put in your website and a list of providers who are in network with UHP will populate, as well as a general idea of the discount that you will be receiving for the services. We don't run this program, so specific questions about providers that are in network and level of discount should be directed to United Health Programs 1-800 phone number, and that is listed on our website. Please note that this is just part of your Campus Care benefits. You can't waive out of this. It wouldn't save you any money, and you can't sign up for just the vision and dental program. It's a package with Campus Care. We are currently in an open enrollment period. We have an open enrollment period every single semester. We always start the open enrollment period at least 45 days prior to the first day of the semester, and then we let it go a couple of weeks after the beginning of the semester to give students plenty of time to turn in forms. It is during the open enrollment period that you can make changes to your campus care coverage, changes such as waiving out of campus care or adding and removing dependents to your coverage. We do allow students to reinstate into campus care at any time, but it's during the open enrollment period that you can waive out. And this is the only time that you can waive out of campus care. In order to waive campus care and have this fee removed from your tuition, you will need to have major medical health insurance. And then you would need to fill out a waiver form via our website prior to our deadline date. The deadline date for fall is September 12th. This is a hard and fast deadline date. We cannot accept any waiver requests after our deadline date. The way that you would submit a campus care waiver is you would go to our website, you would click the red link that says click here to access your electronic forms. You'll then be prompted to sign in with your net ID and password for the university. Once you do that, underneath the blue box that says make a new request, you'll see where it says request waiver for fall 2020. Once you click that, you'll be prompted to put in 4 pieces of information. We need your health insurance company's name, we need your ID number, we need a member ID number, as well as a group ID number. If you don't have a group ID number, you can put NA or none in that field. And then we also need the customer service phone number for your health insurance company. Please note that this phone number is usually on the back of your card, and it usually starts with a 1-800 or 1-866. It is not the phone number that is on the front of your card that is for your primary care physician, and it's also not your personal cell phone number. The number one reason that we have to deny waivers is because we get the incorrect phone number and we can't verify student coverage. So please make sure that you're giving us the correct customer service phone number. Once you click the submit button on the waiver, a tracking number will pop up, and it will also get emailed to your UIC email address. That is your proof that you submitted a waiver to us, and this is also how you know that the waiver form was submitted successfully. Within 3 to 5 business days, usually sooner, but it can be up to 3 to 5 business days, you'll get an email back from us letting you know whether your waiver was accepted or denied. The only reason we would deny waivers is if we get the wrong information, such as the wrong phone number, that's the number one reason, or if we get insurance that has expired, you're not currently covered underneath that insurance, or it's not major medical health insurance. If we do deny your waiver, it will say the reason why in the email that you get, and you will have a chance to fill out this waiver again as long as you do it prior to our deadline date. Now, this is the only way to waive campus care. You can't fax anything to us. There are no paper forms to fill out. You cannot email your health insurance information to us to waive out, and we do not accept waivers from any other department on campus. That means that if you have to show your health insurance information to an athletic department, to your advisor, to anyone on this campus, and they tell you that this takes care of your campus care waiver, they are mistaken. The only way to waive campus care is to come to our website and fill out this waiver form and then receive that confirmation email that it was approved. Campus care is a semester-based program. Fall semester coverage begins on August 16th and it goes through to the end of the year on December 31st. The fee for campus care for fall semester is $673. Spring semester starts right away on January 1st and goes through mid-May, and the fee for spring is also $673. Summer semester starts right away after the end of spring and goes through August 15th. Because it's a shorter number of weeks, that premium is $445. We allow any student who has spring coverage to sign up for summer coverage regardless of registration status. And you can do that in the spring by submitting a summer continuation request form. Again, the deadline date for the fall semester is September 12th. I can't stress that enough. It's a hard and fast deadline date. We do allow you to add spouses and children onto our plan. There is an additional fee for that, and more information about how to do that and the fees for that can be found on our website. Campus Care is a really small office. There are only 3 of us. And right now, especially during the pandemic, we are working remotely. So if you call us at 312-996-4915 option 3, you will get our voicemail. Please leave a message after the tone. We are promptly returning voicemails throughout the day. The fastest way to get a response, though, is to email us at cchealth@uic.edu. Thank you so much, and we look forward to serving you.
All right. As I dropped in the chat, hopefully y'all can see that we had a recording of the Campus Care information. So if folks have a question for Campus Care, number 1, you can contact the number that was listed. 2, there's a link to contact us in the chat box. And then 3, this video recording, if you wanted to see that information again, will also be posted to the Graduate College website. So you can access the information and have questions answered in those ways. Now, other than Campus Care, we have a lot of other campus resources that we want folks to know about. So as part of our extended welcome to the campus, I would like to introduce our Vice President of the Graduate Student Council, who is also a PhD in bioengineering and just an amazing person all around and a wonderful leader for Grad Student Council. So please welcome Amira Kefi. You're muted, Amira. Hopefully you can. I know.
Oh, thank you so much, Teresa. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome to UIC. I hope you're going to enjoy all your studies and the degree at UIC. Can I share my screen, Teresa? Is it? Can I share? Yeah? Okay, thanks. Sorry. Okay. Do you let me see, sorry. Share. Can you see my, is that okay? Can you see it? Okay, thank you. So I would like to introduce what is GSE, or Graduate Student Council. So it's the official governing graduate student body at UIC, and it consists of representatives from all degrees all the degree granting programs in graduate college. So we currently have 59 departments forming the council, and for the GSE structure, we have the different 59 departments. Each department has either a primary or an alternate representatives. And we have our advisor, Dean Diana, and we have the executive committee members and the officers. So the executive committee members are very important for GSE, and they are the basic support of all our activities and everything that we plan and we do on the whole year. So if you go to the UIC GSE website, you will find the constitutions and the constitution of GSE, and also you can find a lot of information about articles, registration name, the purpose, the constituency, and everything that you might be asking about how GSE was formed and what are the rules and all the regular things that we have to do. So who are the GSE officers? So we have the president, the vice president, the treasurer, and the secretary. You can be one of them if you want. And then the requirements, they differ. We have you have to be a graduate student, you have to be enrolled at UIC, you have to maintain full-time student status, and you have to be a former GSE representative or executive member at least for a year. But for the president, also we have further requirements that we also need. So GSE has a budget, and the annual budget is around 100,000 per year. I know this is a lot of money, but we have to give a lot of travel awards every year. About 68% of the money goes to the travel awards. Also, we have leadership awards, which constitute like 13%. We do a lot of like meetings where we have monthly meetings where we provide free food for all the students if you want to come and join us. And then we have project awards, social and academic events. And also we have executive committee meetings that we do also twice a month. So how GSC funds graduate students? So our GSC awards, they go either to a travel awards or to a project awards. So each student can have $275. And then for the project award, you can have also $500. However, these amounts as far for last year, but then because of the COVID problem and everything, we are still waiting for the budget and the allocation of the new amounts, because a lot of workshops and conferences, they are changing the amounts and they are changing a lot of payment requirements. So the travel awards, which are the most important that students are always looking for, and then you need to know what kind of conferences you attend. So you need to get to the present in those conferences, and how do you pay for the expenses? So the GSC Travel Awards generally, I'm sorry. So the GSC Travel Awards, they are funding more than 230 students as of last year. And then for the project awards, we have also funded up to 5 graduate student groups, and each one will take like $500 per each project. For the social events, we do a lot of social events all over the year. So we generally start the year with an important event where we bring all the students together in one of the restaurants or the bars around UIC in Taylor Street. But as you know, with the COVID now, a lot of things are changing. So this year it's not gonna be the same, but hopefully next year we will go back to our usual activities. And we also do a lot of events during all the holidays, like during Halloween or for Christmas or any other events that students would like to tell us to celebrate. So we also do mindfulness and meditation events. We do like painting or yoga events where students all come together and do a lot of activities, especially during the weeks of the exams. So in order to relax and distress. And we have a very important event that we do every year, which is the Interfaith and Cultural Diversity Day. And the students who practice different religion and belong to different culture, they come together under one roof, because UIC is a very diversified university, and we really like the diversity of many students and different cultures, religions, and races and everything. So we had a lot of successful events of interfaith, and we had a lot of students coming from different backgrounds and who are from US or from all over the world, and presenting to us all about their culture and wearing their traditional clothes and sharing with us all their stories at UIC. We also do the academic events, which also are also important. And then we bring panelists and people who are already, who were like UIC students, and they graduated and they got jobs in different companies and different other universities. And they come to advise you and tell you their experience. So the alumni career panel, those also who changed their career paths. So if you ever wondering, for example, how can you change your career? How can you change to another degree? Or how can you change to and get a new job that is different from your degree? Also, this event was very helpful for this type of questions. And also, we do a lot of workshops about how to find your first jobs. We do resume tips, professional headshots, and how the teamwork and everything together. So we did also a GSC open house where all grad students come together and bring their problems about grad life. If they have any problems about I don't know, like how to approach the graduate school, how to do research, how to do teaching, how to socialize, all those things we do all together in an open house, and we share our problems and share also solutions. So what is the GSC role at UIC? Okay, so we have a lot of tasks that we do. So we unite the graduate community of UIC, whether it's a movement against tax reform or we are celebrating our culture together. So we do all types of interest and roles, like whether it's something serious or something fun, it's all part of graduate life. We are also the voice of graduate community at UIC. So you can use any type of medium, and then you tell us like what are your concerns about graduate school, about graduate life and everything. So please come over to our events and make your voice heard. So we bring also reforms to benefit all the graduate students, for example, about health services, coursework, student fees. We bring all the responsible people at UIC, and then we try to discuss all these issues and get suggestions from UIC grad student. So GSC participates in the search also of committees for new administrations and different ones. And then we are also an integral part of the UIC Budget Advisory Committee, also the coursework committees and implementations. And also we are part of the Student Senates. And if you are interested to be one in these also committees, please come to GSC meetings and let us know. So we make administrative also policies and procedures of UIC available to the students, and we connect administration and the graduate student together. And we also make UIC work in a way which makes students obtain the maximum value. So this is the UIC GSC team from 2019. We did not get a chance to get a picture of the team for 2020 because in the spring, you know, because of the COVID, so we did not get a chance to have like in-person meetings and meet and finish the year with all together the same way. But all these people, we were all working together and making UIC a good place for all the grad students and make their voices heard. Thank you so much. If you please wanna have any question, go to UIC GSC website and contact us and let us know. Also, we have a monthly meeting. The first monthly meeting will be in September 3rd at 5 p.m. There will be like a Zoom link that we can share with you. Please contact us and let us know if you wanna come and ask any more questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Amira, for that very informative presentation. I want to encourage all of you to get involved with the Graduate Student Council, whether that's to be a departmental representative or some other sort of representative. When you think about, I know you're not thinking of it now because this is the first day of thinking about graduate school, but when you're going into those faculty positions or those industry positions or whatever it is that you're going into for your career, you're going to need to have administrative experience. You're going to need to have leadership experience. And this type of position, this type of leadership helps you in your future career goals as demonstrating that this is something that you can do. So can part-time students be part of the Graduate Student Council? Absolutely. I think Amira would say yes, 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 yes. Everybody is welcome. So reach out to them. There's a lot of different committees. There's a lot of different things going on. And I'm sure they will have many more events throughout the semester. Thank you, Amira. All right, next we're going to be talking about some grad college resources, some other amazing resources to get in touch with. So again, I would like to reintroduce Jody Aguilar, who is the graduate assistant for the Graduate College and also a PhD student in the College of Education. And Jody is going to share some wonderful resources with y'all.
Hi everyone, give me a second to share my screen. Okay, Hi, everyone. Welcome to UIC's Graduate College Virtual Orientation. We're grateful that you're joining us today. My name is Jody Aguilar. My pronouns are they, them, theirs. I'm currently entering my second year as a PhD student in the Curriculum and Instruction Department. My responsibility as a graduate college assistant looks a bit like this. I've been actively engaging in programming this past semester through means of creating virtual newsletters, gatherings, and check-ins to promote and be responsive to the needs of graduate students and their communities. Here are examples of what my newsletter looks like. There are different sections within the newsletter that provide different types of resources. To the right, there's an example of the wellness resources page, which highlights also other resources within campus and out of campus that could be useful to graduate students. Here's another example. I also try to center and pretty much showcase artwork that is created for and by Black, Indigenous, and queer people of color. So expect a lot of art. If you yourself are an artist and people that create things like this, feel free to send it my way and I would be more than happy to include it in future newsletters. This is another example of career and professional development resources. In addition to this, I also work alongside Teresa Christensen Caballero to host and facilitate virtual check-ins and social hours, again, to be responsive to the needs of graduate students. These check-ins are constantly changing based on the types of resource graduate students need at the present moment. We try our best to highlight and hold space for folks who are often not at the center of institutional programming, such as parents, students of color, and LGBTQIA2+ students. UIC has a total of 7 cultural centers, which also hold space and support students throughout their educational journeys. We also try our best to collaborate with one or more of these spaces. These centers are inclusive of the African American Cultural Center, the Asian American Resource and Cultural Center, Latino Cultural Center, Arab American Cultural Center, Women's Leadership and Resource Center, Gender and Sexuality Center, and Disability Resource Center. Another resource available to you is the Graduate Student Handbook that can be located online at our Graduate College website. This is the link posted above. Once you click the link, the landing page will take you to the first picture you see on your far left. You click on Student Resources, that will take you to the following page in the middle, where you can see and locate the Graduate Student Handbook. The last picture is a picture of the last handbook. A new one will be uploaded within the next week or so. So feel free to look at this one for now, but there will be an announcement for the new handbook. I've also created a short infographic that details information regarding UIC art cards, such as what is an iCard, where is the ID center located, and COVID's impact on the distribution of iCards. For those of you who don't know what iCards are your permanent identification card as a student and employee if you work on campus at UIC. This will also be located on the Graduate College website. And lastly, I'd like to invite everyone to our first graduate social of fall 2020, which will be held this Friday, August 21st from 12 p.m. noon to 1 p.m. A Zoom link will be posted on all our social media sites as well as on the graduate student website. In addition to this, there are also pre-recorded videos that you will be able to access again on the Graduate College website that provide more in-depth details about the resources that other programs on campus provide, such as the Disability Resource Center, the library, and more. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jody, for all those informative resources. If folks peruse through the Graduate College website, some of these are located, as Jody mentioned, under the graduate student resources, and others are, if you click on kind of the COVID resources, some of the newsletters are in there, but all of the things that Jody has listed will be on the Graduate College website. Also, check your email if you get an email from the Graduate College. We will be sending out the specific information about getting your ID cards. I know a couple of students had questions about that. So thank you so much, Jody, for all of that information, and appreciate all of your work. Right now, we are going to hear a little bit from the Counseling Center here on campus, which is a really important center that's doing a lot of work at this time, as this pandemic has brought us a lot of challenges, especially for students, and to be able to know, where to go. So we are going to go to our Counseling Center recording, and then we'll be back with you in a few minutes.
New graduate students, welcome to the UIC family. My name is Dr. Johanna Strokoff. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist at the UIC Counseling Center. The Counseling Center is where you can receive emotional support from mental health counselors while you're at UIC. I use she, her pronouns. And I'm thrilled to be welcoming you to the UIC community. We know that the graduate school experience is a very exciting one, and we certainly hope that you enjoy your time at UIC. We also know that graduate school is inherently stressful. And for some folks, there may be some times throughout your grad school experience where you're seeking a little bit more emotional support. And so it was important for us from the Counseling Center to introduce ourselves and to make you aware of the different services that we offer should you have any interest while you are a student. So certainly, simply being a graduate student in and of itself is stressful. Potentially, it's a different type of academic demand. It may be more time consuming. You're wearing a lot of different hats as you navigate your academic responsibilities, your personal responsibilities, and there is certainly a lot of investment of wanting this experience to be fruitful. Really hoping that this leads to a successful career, something that you're passionate about. And so we know that that can bring about stress as navigating this process. And that's on top of other things that are also stressful, particularly given the unprecedented times that we're currently in. So we know that students are experiencing additional stress outside of just being a student. Things like experiencing cultural oppression, being part of a marginalized community, experiencing racism or poor treatment due to cultural identities. Certainly, being part of a global pandemic adds a tremendous amount of stress regarding uncertainty. What will graduate school look like? Will I be on campus? Am I safe? Is my family safe? Truly adding a tremendous amount of, for some folks, uncertainty or maybe isolation or loneliness or fear. And this is on top of our day-to-day experiences that many of us have experienced, like potentially relationship challenges, family conflicts, experiencing grief, loss of a loved one, or experiences of violence. All these things can contribute to your graduate school experience, as we don't live in a box, and these things can bleed into how we're feeling emotionally and how we're doing academically. So while we know that stress is typical and we all experience it, there may be some things to keep an eye on that may indicate that maybe you may want some additional support. Some of the main things that bring people into the Counseling Center would be anxiety and depression. Anxiety is something that we all experience, right? We all experience some sort of worry or vigilance or concern. And we tend to feel it very physically in the body. So whether that's increased heart rate, shallow breathing, sweating, ruminating thoughts, difficulty sleeping, we all experience anxiety. And particularly for graduate students, a little bit of anxiety is how we got to where we are now. When we are anxious over a test, hopefully that propels us to study and prepare. But what can happen is when there's too much anxiety, it actually does the opposite of preparing us. It paralyzes us. So there may be some folks who are so anxious that they can't open the book, or they're so anxious that they avoid attending a class, or they avoid social situations. And so what you want to look for is if the anxiety is getting in the way of your day-to-day well-being, if it's preventing you from being as successful as you think you can be with academics, if it's impacting your relationships with others, and if it's prolonged. So we all have experiences of anxiety, but if it feels like, I've been anxious most of the day, every day for a few months now, that's kind of a more persistent, prolonged experience of anxiety, and that's something that's a cue that you may want to look into getting some additional support. Similarly, depression is a very common experience for a lot of folks. Most of us will experience depression or a prolonged amount of sadness at some point in our lives. Depression can look like sadness, but can also look like fatigue, this meh feeling, like feeling kind of disconnected or feeling nothing. Lacking joy in things that were once really enjoyable, not wanting to be around others, just kind of wanting to be alone when usually we enjoyed that type of social connection. Can also look like things like irritability, feeling angry. And just like anxiety, it's okay to feel sad. Particularly, you experienced an event that most people would feel sadness. So that's completely healthy. When you want to look at it is when it feels like it's been persistent. Okay, I've now been sad for months now, or I'm so sad I can't get out of bed, or I'm so angry that family members have commented on it, or friends have said, you don't want to be around us anymore. So when it feels like it's impacting your day-to-day and it's persistent. Similarly with anxiety and depression, it's also an indicator if you feel like your typical coping skills, the way you used to kind of feel better and bounce back, aren't working. If you're feeling overwhelmed, then it may be time to look at where to get some support. It can be the counseling center, but it doesn't have to be. People feel supported or get different types of emotional healing in lots of different ways. If you're seeking social connection, you can reach out to one of our cultural centers or different clubs on campus. There's lots of ways to get your needs met. If you're feeling anxious about academics, you can reach out to a tutoring office. But the counseling center certainly is a part of that system that provides emotional support for students. The counseling center is the primary center on campus where students receive emotional support from mental health counselors. And we offer such a wide range of services because we know that needs vary drastically. And so for some people, they're maybe not wanting a lot of more intensive one-on-one attention. They're just wanting a workshop to learn some coping skills. And so we offer a wonderful program for our workshops throughout the year. These are listed on our website. And we offer workshops on things like stress management, how to cope with negative thoughts, self-care, how to be more self-compassionate and loving the self more. We offer workshops on romantic relationships. So these are good, kind of one-stop shop. Let me learn a few tools. It's going to feel more like a class. And it's a little bit more informal. They're a wonderful part of our programming for people that just kind of want a one-time thing, or maybe there's like a 4-part series on something like mindfulness or meditation. We also offer support groups In particular, it's called the United Support Network, which is a peer-run support group that is provided by UIC students that have been trained to provide a support space. This is a wonderful blend of an opportunity to feel connected with other UIC students in a place where you can talk and vent and share and support each other, while also incorporating social connection, so game nights and things like that. It's a wonderful resource. Our website offers self-help resources, reading materials on things like anxiety and depression and stress, along with videos on things like meditation, self-compassion, yoga. For folks who may be looking for maybe more consistent support, we offer different types of counseling or therapy. One being short-term individual therapy, where you would meet one-on-one with a counselor and talk about concerns, express how you're feeling, work with your counselor to create new coping skills or strategies. And that's in a short-term model, so you're looking about around up to a semester's length of counseling for those who engage in individual counseling at the center. We also offer a really wonderful group therapy program. And our group therapy program is our longer term type of support. There's no session limit for group therapy. And it is really wonderful for people who are looking to relate to others differently. So people that say, I wish I were more assertive, or I wish I could say no, or I tend to be the one that's helping everyone else, and it's hard for me to get my emotional needs met. Or I've been told that I come across a certain way and I really want to work on that. Group therapy is almost like a mini experimental space where you get to play and work on how you want to relate to other people differently. And it's a practice run for then how you can relate to people outside of group. It's a really beautiful, wonderful program. We also offer psychiatry services, after-hours crisis support, and case management for folks who are being connected with resources outside of the counseling center, whether it be other resources on campus or in the community itself. If you're looking for a more kind of intensive type of counseling, like individual therapy, group therapy, or you're unsure, then what would be a great option for you is to schedule an initial consultation. And this is after you've looked at the website and you've seen all the resources that we have. This would be the first step then to looking into options for support at the counseling center. An initial consultation is when you meet with a counselor like me for about a half an hour. And you share a little bit about your concerns, what you're hoping to work on, what your goals would be, and you and your counselor would brainstorm together what could be the best type of support for you. And this is where the counselor can really provide some recommendations for you. I think this office would be wonderful for you, or I think this type of therapy or this type of workshop, or what you're looking for. There's an office in Chicago that really specializes in this type of support. So it's an initial consultation that can provide you direction. All UIC students are eligible for an initial consultation. And then it's up to the counselor and others to further create a plan of getting you the best support that fits your needs. All of our services, all of our clinical services are confidential. We're one of the very few offices on campus that offer confidential support. And what that means is that things that are discussed inside the counseling center system are kept within the inside the counseling center system. Nothing is attached to your academic record that shows that you've been in contact with the counseling center. People cannot call and find out who our clients are. All of that information is protected as part of your medical records. The limitations to confidentiality include if there's any immediate risk of you hurting yourself or someone else, any immediate risk of you knowing about child or elderly abuse, or if things are subpoenaed for court reasons. Other than that, everything is kept confidential. Also know that we greatly value your cultural identities, the communities you come from, different ways that you identify that are meaningful to you. And so that is very much a priority to provide culturally sensitive support that values who you are and the identities that you hold. It's also important to know that the services provided by the UIC Counseling Center are covered by your UIC student fees that are provided each semester. Here are some important links to have regarding some of our resources. Regarding our workshops, this is the link for our workshop page that lists all of our upcoming workshops for the month or the semester. It's a great way to stay connected. You can do as many workshops typically as you want, so you can check in with this page often to see what we're offering. You can also see the link there for other online resources, like the videos I talked about, the reading materials. And there's also a self-care app, which was developed by researchers at Northwestern. You can see the link there for the app. It's a wonderful resource to have right on your phone. It does things like tracking your mood, coping skills, like journaling prompts, meditations. It's a wonderful resource to have. And then also our link for the types of therapy, peer groups, and other services that we offer. For after hours coverage, so if you're experiencing an emergency or experiencing some type of crisis, after hours, our typical hours are 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. Call the Counseling Center and press 2 to speak to one of our after hours crisis counselors. And here are some commonly asked questions. How do you make an appointment? Make an appointment by giving us a call. You'll speak to someone from our front desk staff who can walk you through how to schedule that initial consultation that I talked about earlier. Again, what are the fees? We don't take insurance. We don't collect any fees. All of our fees are already included in your UIC fees for the semester. Regarding session limits, there's variability. Regarding our short-term model for individual therapy, our long-term model regarding group therapy, and then workshops and peer support groups that are run throughout the year without any session limits. And what you can expect also varies on the type of support that you're looking for. So a workshop may feel much more informal. It may feel like you're attending a class. It may be more like instruction-based, where the counselor is really talking about skills. Where therapy may feel a little bit more exploratory. You're really looking at how you feel, where some of these emotions come from. It's probably a little bit more of the client doing the talking and the counselor doing the listening. There is information on our website that really outlines a little bit more of what the therapy experience may feel like and look like. And how have your services changed since COVID-19? So we are completely open, and we are offering all of our services that we offered before that I previously listed. All of our services are currently being offered remotely via speaking on the phone or through video. Our website will be continually updated as things evolve, but please know that we are open and that our services have been working really well in this remote virtual capacity. So again, I want to welcome you to the UIC family. It's truly an honor for us at the Counseling Center to be a part of this journey for you. So please keep us in mind for yourself if you're feeling like a little bit more support may be helpful. And please keep us in mind for maybe a classmate or a peer or a friend who you see is struggling. A lot of times people walk through the door after a friend says, hey, did you know that there's a counseling center on campus? You know, it could be really helpful for you to call the counseling center and see what your options are. So thank you for keeping us in mind, and wishing you a really wonderful, beautiful fall semester ahead.
Hi, everybody.
I think you're on mute, Teresa.
Of course I am. Sorry. I said thank you so much for everybody being here. We all have our errors, right? This is the thing that we're all figuring out. So we are going to get into one of the most famous and favorite parts of every orientation, whether it be virtual, and this is the first time virtual, or in person, and that is hearing from our very experienced graduate students who have a variety of experiences at UIC, of disciplines, and etc. The panel had requested to actually introduce themselves to give you a sense of who they are. I'm just going to say names and departments, and then I'm going to let them start rolling with their information. So I'd like to welcome Jessica Brito from Literacy, Language, and Culture, who's a doctoral student, Tori Cohen-Bozeman, a Criminology, Law, and Justice doctoral student, Thuk Deng, a chemistry doctoral student, Jen Ha, who is an English doctoral student, Jacqueline Rosas, Jackie, a mechanical engineering doctoral student, Adora Ubaka, business doctoral student, and Samantha Yang, our healthcare administration master's student. So they know how this is going. We are going with Jessica first for introductions, and I will let the panel take it away.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jessica Brito. As Teresa had said, I'm in the LLC program, the College of Education. I am the daughter of a migrant worker. I'm the daughter of a woman of color that was formerly incarcerated. I say that not to romanticize state violence, but to speak to the ways in which resistance exists.
And Tori, please introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tori Cohen-Bozeman. I am a part of the COJ department, currently studying criminology, law, and justice with a concentration on violence studies and a focus around restorative justice. I am from Nashville, Tennessee, and I've been living here in Chicago for about 4 years. Thank you for having me.
Hi, my name is Tuck. I am I just finished my first year of grad school. I'm a bit of an older student, so I come in with some strengths and weaknesses there. I really like being here. It was kind of a dream come true to go back and pursue research, because that was what my passion really was. And yeah, I'm an open book. If anybody sees me on campus, always come over and ask.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. I am an English PhD candidate. I've been here way too long. I had a rough road and righted the ship, so I can speak to the experience of bumps in the road. And in addition to being a graduate student, I'm a classically trained singer, although none of that is going on during COVID. And I have cats. One of them is with me right here. That's Buster. And actually, I can show you over here. There's Ben in the window.
Hi, so I'm Jackie. I'm about to be a third year student in the mechanical engineering department PhD program. I've been at UIC for a while, so I did do my undergraduate here in bioengineering. So I'm hitting close to almost a decade of being at UIC. And I'm originally also from Cicero, which is a suburb near Chicago.
Hi, everyone. My name is Adora Ubaka, and I am a fourth year PhD student in the business school. I study organizational behavior and human resources, and I'm just excited to talk to you guys.
Hi, everybody. My name is Samantha Yang, and I am a second year MAJ candidate in the School of Public Health at UIC. I am doing my MAJ, which is a Master's in Healthcare Administration.
Thank you so much to all of our panelists for being here and sharing your backgrounds and stories. We're going to start off with something that we generally start this panel off with is something that you really wish you had known when you started graduate school, or a significant piece of advice that you would love to give the new graduate students that are coming in today. So we'll start with Adora.
Okay, so what are some things that I would have wished somebody would have told me The one thing that stands out to me is that the things that I thought were going to be challenges aren't actually challenges. And then the things that I didn't think were going to be challenges were like, whoa. Stuff like departmental personalities and politics. And I know coming into graduate school, or at least in PhD programs, they tell you a little bit about it. And I guess maybe you think it's going to be more overt, but no one tells you about the tacit, implicit kind of understanding of human behavior that you need to know to successfully get through your program. So that's one of the things I wish that somebody would have told me. One other thing is I wish somebody also would have told me how important it is to develop interests outside of my program, and to I'm just now getting that in my at the beginning of my 4th year. So I think that is incredibly important. Even though you will get so much pressure not to do that, it's very important.
I think I'm next on the list. Yeah, so the one thing that I would like to share is one thing that I'm still learning to be comfortable with myself, but I think it's very important, is to know that it's okay to ask for help. You don't have to be an expert coming into your first year. You may feel like you have to know everything, and if you're assigned something, you have to have all the answers in a week or by the end of the semester. But you know, that's why you're doing a PhD. You're going to be working on gaining that knowledge. So it's okay to ask for help, even if you think they're simple questions. It will save you so much time and help you move faster and just more comfortably throughout your program.
I think I'm next, and I really agree with what both Jackie and Adora said, and from experience, cultivating and hanging on to your connections and your interests outside of grad school is one of the most important things. And then I think the other thing that I wish I had known when I started out is that it's really important to find a way of working that works for you. Not everybody can sit and write for 8 hours at a time. In fact, most people can't. Not everybody can sit in the library or, you know, in the lab or have a focus for big chunks of time. So find a way of working on your work that works for you. I'm saying the word work over and over, but if that's writing a little bit every day for 15 minutes in the morning, that's actually better than trying to pack it all into an 8-hour chunk on one day and burning yourself out. So it's okay, and it's much more beneficial to honor your own rhythms and preferences when you're carving through the mountain of work that you have.
Hello. And so I want to add that something I wish I knew was that I belong here, and really embodied that. I think through the application process and through all the rhetoric that surrounds graduate school, women of color are very much like minoritized. And we deserve to take up space. They need us to take up space. Our people need us to take up space. And so, yeah, that's what I wish I would have embodied during that, my first steps into this institution.
Hi. I think something that a few members of the panel have touched on, but I want to reiterate, is taking time to explore. I had really put this on the back burner my first semester and year even, and I think it's really important to explore whether that means making time for your passions and interests, like Adora mentioned, or focusing on yourself. I think prioritizing all of that throughout whatever you have going on in your program is a really big key to success in the program and to discovering what the program can do for you in addition to the things that you have to get done.
Yeah, so I'd like to just also repeat what Jessica said regarding women of color, women in the sciences particularly. I mean, some in the sciences, we definitely need new blood, more ideas, fresh ideas. Those are so crucial. So definitely that's a huge one. I guess the thing that I wish I knew beforehand was I wish I knew the layout of Chicagoland and Illinois as a whole better. I was advertised something regarding North Chicago. Didn't realize it was a completely different city. Now it takes me 2 hours to get to work. So so there's that. But the other thing is, I guess I want to stress that it's never too early to start pursuing your academic interests and making the connections with possible PIs, or just other faculty members and students. It's good to form those connections early. It's really easy to forget to maintain those connections, especially as you start to really focus down on your work or your research or area of specialty, and then never see those people that you probably should see on a more regular basis. They will help you in many more ways, or they will help you get through a lot more than you think, and their input can be really beneficial at times. And the same with those PIs. They could be your boss, they could not be your boss, but either way, it's really good to maintain those connections, because they have connections as well. And on top of that, you can always, ask other people, like other groups, for advice as well. You don't have to just focus on the stuff in your own group.
Thanks for that. That was just kind of our opener. This panel, we got to have a beautiful conversation the other day about our experiences in graduate school and different themes that folks wanted you to know about. I think the whole panel touched on many of these themes in the very introduction. But one of the things that was talked about was our different experiences with research, in terms of how to look for opportunities, the different systems that are upheld in kind of research and the communities that we're researching, as well as how to put yourself out there in terms of doing research. So I'm going to start with that question and open that up to the panel to go. Oh, Tori, did we skip you? I apologize. You didn't get to go. I'm so sorry. Please go, and then I skipped. I apologize. Go first, and then we'll go to that. My apologies.
All right. So one of the things that I wish I took advantage of my first year was the funding. So there are some funding sources for incoming graduate students, and me entering the public administration program, it was a tuition waiver. So everything was paid for except for like $700 or $900 in fees, which was very beneficial being an out-of-state student at the time. So please take advantage of these funding sources. They're not really advertised. You have to talk with individuals in the department, and thank God for Sharon Hayes, who was really nice, who shared those things with me. And again, I wasn't able to receive those things until like the tail end of like my third semester within the program. So please take advantage of those. And it's okay, Teresa.
Thanks, Tori. I appreciate your understanding. We want to make sure everybody's voices. I'm just going off looking at things. So let's throw that back out there. Folks' experiences with research and how to go about it if we're thinking about new graduate students.
So I don't know how it is with a lot of the other departments, but I mean, as far as in the chem department and I guess the allied sciences department, I mean, it's really good to put yourself out there in terms of the broadness of the ideas that you can incorporate. You don't have to simply, let's say you join a organic chemistry group, you don't have to just look at organic chemistry. You can look at inorganic biology. You can look for, inspiration from physics, from biochem, from medicine, and all these can be in some way, shape, or form apply to your work if you know where to look and if you really look for it. So it's good to expand your horizons and look into areas of study or areas that you're not as comfortable with intellectually. And I think these things are really important as a whole in grad school, because we're here to challenge our ideas and broaden our minds in all these different ways.
I can speak a bit to this topic as well, since I think research and exploration of careers is quite broad. I want to speak to more of the exploration of careers aspect. I came from the UIC undergrad program, but I kind of had a shift in my career because in undergrad, I was a pre-medicine student. And although I stayed in the healthcare field, I'm now switching to what we like to call like the business administrative end of healthcare. So I think something that was really important to me was to make sure that I built my network and figured out how to do so quite early on. And the reason I would stress this is because, as you go forward thinking about what you want to do or who you want to connect with, it's really important to reflect on, how you go about doing that. So for me, I found it was really helpful to start with a small circle by talking to peers and to professors that I found were really interesting or engaging. And then very quickly from there, I found that those individuals could connect you to a broader range where they could personally introduce you to individuals who might have specific focuses that are similar to your interests.
Jennifer, were you going to go?
Yeah, I can hold off. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to add to the research bit, especially when thinking about communities here in Chicago. You, as a researcher stepping into this space, this institution, you have the power to decide which systems you will uphold and which systems you will resist. And in terms of research, I hope that you all hear me when I say we do not need more researchers that are going to be extractive. Our communities need to be centered in what we do. We need to get, as researchers, we need to get involved in the communities. We can't expect to show up in communities and conduct research without knowing the intricate histories of Chicago's neighborhoods. And so I really would ask, I know some people mentioned about getting to know Chicago, really get to know Chicago. Get to know the areas, research where you live, understand what space you're gonna take up in those neighborhoods and what that might be contributing to, all of that.
Thanks. And I can add a little bit to the research piece and also the career exploration piece, specifically from a humanities perspective. In terms of research, it took me, and I think this is really typical of graduate students, it took me a few years, honestly, like 2 or 3 years, to even understand how to ask a good research question and how to develop questions that supported my inquiry. So if you're just starting out, I want to reassure you that you don't have to have all of your research figured out right now, and focus on learning what's being presented in your seminars and your classes, and getting comfortable with the language of your discipline and understanding who's in your department and what their work is like. And I think the other panelists have spoken really eloquently to that. Secondly, research is, I think, for me, and I know I'm not the only one who's experienced it this way, I finally was able to kind of stop flailing around in research when I decided to research a topic that meant something to me and that was important to my life and my experience and my interests outside of academia. Don't try to shoehorn yourself into a project that you think will just fill a niche in the existing literature, or that your advisor is pushing you toward, or something like that. Follow your heart, follow your interests, and follow your own intellect. And to that, I can offer a couple of books, even if you're not at the dissertation writing stage. I'll put these in the chat. This is Finish Your Dissertation Once and for All. This book really actually helped me structure my research, because it starts out with the preliminary stages of what is a dissertation, what is this project, and how do you structure research, and writing your dissertation in 15 minutes a day. And this really helped me structure my work too. So I wanted to offer those. For someone asked in the chat about how you managed your time working and going to class. And I really relied on those two books to help me start managing at my time, even before I was dissertating. And then the other thing in terms of career exploration, I would say, especially for students in the humanities, actually seek out opportunities to work jobs, whether it's on campus or off campus, that are outside of teaching in your field, because humanities students need to be prepared that those academic, tenure line jobs are very few and far between. And some of the most beneficial experiences I have had has been with working in jobs outside of my department on campus. So, explore widely and develop, a broad skill set outside of just teaching as you're exploring your career, because you may find lots of things that you like and are good at outside of teaching and research.
So I'm going to pose to the group also, thinking about research and beyond. Is it too early to start thinking about your career after graduate school? How do you take your kind of career prospects or things into your own hands? How do you network? Those kind of things. And I know that some of you had touched on those things, and I think Samantha and Jen had started with this kind of career discussion. I know Adora had a lot to say about this in our group discussion, so I'm just going to throw that out there.
Hey,
Hi.
everyone.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead first. I'll go after.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I'm a little bit, they call me the proactive one in my in my in my department. I'm thinking like 3 steps ahead of even the faculty sometimes. And so I do that. I think so proactivity in the research in our field in organizational behavior is seen as like a good thing, but I think deep down I don't trust anyone else to look out for those opportunities for me. So I really take it into my own hands. And I think that's worked a lot to my advantage in a lot of ways and has been incredibly beneficial for me. And so I have, I knew my program was going to be 5 years. I have an Excel spreadsheet with a 5-year plan for each month of what I'm going to do for those 5 years. So that's 60 months. And it sounds a little like overkill, but it helps me to stay on track with just being on the lookout for grants and different opportunities and just different, I know as a minority woman, there's always all these summer institutes or research workshops where I can sharpen my research skills. And so I'm just always kind of, I think it's never too early to plan out, who you want to be when you grow up. And so I think just taking it into your own hands, and you may have to revise it. It may not, you may have to revise it along the way, but I think it's just really important to be incredibly proactive if you can in creating your own destiny. So that's my take.
Yeah, and I'll just add to like my recent experience. So I kind of made the mistake in undergraduate years of like not doing enough to reach out and find out more about companies and potential opportunities. And so a PhD kind of came in a timely way where I kind of felt like, okay, I can put that off for a bit. But then now, as I'm going into my third year, I realized like, okay, we don't want to make the same mistake again. And funny enough, like I went to a workshop during the times of COVID when we were transitioning, and Teresa was actually part of that, where they were talking about informational interviews. And that was the first time I personally heard about it. And so that's one thing that's really been helping me a lot, to just know that you can reach out to companies and just ask people in those companies like about their position and like what it's like, because you can only get so much from a job description. And like recently, like I had a conversation with someone at a company that one, like I didn't really know about, but apparently turns out to be very closely aligned to my project, which I thought at first like, well, I can't seem to find opportunities that line up with my project, which feels so like niche. And then I found out things that I would have not known otherwise if I not would have talked to that person, like that they tend to actually hire more PhDs than most companies, or they tend to, if you get an internship there, like you're more likely to get a job because they believe that, you know, if you do well enough for like the internship, like you're well enough for like a full time. And so like, I really just want to advocate that, yes, it's never too early, and you don't just have to focus on your research project. Like, don't feel that because I'm not making progress in my research topic, I shouldn't spend time elsewhere, because that's all gonna make an impact down the line, and you will figure out your research questions. It just takes time to get there. Thank you.
So my response is going to be to like this question and the previous question. So before I entered the PhD program, somebody had came to me and it was like, hey, you should focus on something that, you know, that won't cause you to become burnt out. So I was like, all right. So I started reflecting over life. I started to think about something that I could do to push the world forward. So I was like, all right, restorative justice. So immediately I started researching it, and I found a restorative justice court in North Lawndale. So again, I'm from Nashville. I don't know anything about North Lawndale. So I started doing my research, like Jesse said, on North Lawndale. Went over to North Lawndale, started attending the court. And I ended up having a qualitative writing class over in North Lawndale. Then I started connecting with the other people that work there. They see this Black guy come in, broad shoulders. Who is this individual sitting in our peace circles? So I started making connections. And one of the things I mentioned was that being a good friend and making good friends. So I think that's really important to make friendships and be a good friend. And from there, I started to work for LCLC, Lawndale Christian Legal Center, which is also in North Lawndale, just a few blocks away from the Restorative Justice Court. So from there, I see myself just becoming like, this is my life, restorative justice and helping individuals, you know, not have the result of being incarcerated. Making other connections, I was actually driving one day listening to WBEZ, and Kathleen Bankhead, who is the ombudsperson of the state of Illinois, spoke about restorative justice and how she wants to remove the criminal justice system completely and apply restorative justice. So I reached out to her via email, and she responded and was like, hey, you know, I would love to talk to you about it. Also, there are some opportunities to do research and employment. So, hey, the advice I want to give you all is don't be afraid, make good friends and be a good friend. And whatever you decide to do, make sure that you love it and that, you know, you're willing to take it on as your lifestyle.
Thank you, everyone, for that very full response to research and exploration of careers. Another topic that the panel had come up with was thinking about challenges. What are some of the challenges? And also, how do you say no as a graduate student when you're coming into these departments? You're working with your advisor. So the panel is going to talk a little bit about relationships with advisors and mentors and PIs, how to deal with the demands of academia and set boundaries, boundaries, you know, racism and possible other isms that are happening in the university, and how to grapple with that if that's happening to you, whether it's in a course or in a department. And, you know, how do you initiate boundaries for yourself, for your advisors, maybe eventually for your own mentees, for your mentors? That's a lot, but this is called Real Talk for a reason. We want to be real about the experiences of graduate students at this university. So I'm going to throw it out. I know the panel has a lot to say about this section, and there you go.
Yeah, so I just want to stress that, you know, this all starts day one. You definitely want to get to know, now that most departments have some kind of routing or some kind of period of time where you can get to know your prospective PIs and mentors. So really take that time to get to know the people that you may prospectively be working with, and not just to talk to the possible, you know, your possible PI or possible mentor, but also talk to the people that are working with them. That will provide you a lot of insight into the way they operate, the way they work, what their expectations are, or their teaching style, or their you know, mentorship style. So yeah, so definitely starts at day one. And as far as boundaries, once you do start, you definitely do need to set boundaries. You need to be able to assert those boundaries early on. I know it seems a little daunting to tell your boss, hey, I can't do this, or no, I don't have time for this right now. But it's something that you need to be, that's just a precedent that you need to really set early on. And it's something you need to deal with, you know, very early in your career with that person.
I would agree with that. I mentioned earlier that I came from the clinical background of medicine. So I did do a lot of research with PIs and in labs. And I think something that I really took from that experience and brought over to my current graduate level experience is similar to what was just said about making sure that you are prioritizing what needs to be done, and making sure that within that prioritization, you also put yourself like first if possible. I know that sounds really crazy, and it's definitely easier to not do that. But I think as the work piles on, whether it's on a specific project or with classes and your project, it's important to find time to kind of initiate just saying like no. I think when the panelists had our debrief the other day, the phrase your work is not your worth came up, and I think that really resonated with me even as a second year now. It was a really great reminder to hear that, because so often we get really competitive, whether it's with ourselves or with our peers. You know, everybody has different timelines and everybody's doing different things and working with different constructs of just life. And so making sure that you remind yourself that, you know, as incredible as your work might be, as exciting as it might be, your life is not driven like solely by that. And in fact, it almost is like the other way around, at least for me. I found that when I'm, you know, making time for myself and prioritizing my interests and how my work like balances with my life, then my work is at its best like rates. So I just felt like I should share that.
Yeah, and I just want to talk a little bit about how to build a relationship or maintain it with your PI. So one of the things I learned is it's important to realize that, you know, people can't read your mind, and I think sometimes we forget that. And so in my experience, sometimes there may be some issues where something about the project, or maybe not feeling like I'm maybe getting some support in the way that I need, and then feeling, you know, a certain way about it, when that could just be resolved by having a conversation with your advisor and like clearing things out. And it can be hard to do that, but if you don't do that, things just build up over time, and then you're also just not going to get progress with your project, and you're also not going to feel well, because at some point it starts to, you know, fog up your own ability to just focus on your project and enjoy it. So just, definitely understand like what their mentorship style is. So that's a good thing to talk to them about it, like what their expectations are, and see how that works for you and communicate when it doesn't. And that'll just help make things a little bit easier along the way.
Yes, and this is real talk, right? Okay. Something that I've definitely learned in the first year in terms of boundaries, it has to do with, I'm going to attempt to kind of story some navigation here. So there's a fine line between being familiar and humanizing the space, humanizing the relationship between you and your PIs, or humanizing the relationship with your advisor, right? Because I think that's a goal. We want to humanize the space. However, it is whiteness. Whiteness will understand your being familiar in a very particular way. And so it can consume you if you are a BIPOC researcher. And it's something that you have to navigate. It's something that you have to navigate. And I would just say protect yourself, protect yourself. Know your boundaries, stick to that. And if you come into a situation where you are saying no and you're not being listened to, that you need to turn to your community, right? And you need to turn to your community. Those are conversations that those people need to be held accountable for.
I know that Tori has to head out in a minute, so I wanted to give Tori a moment to speak before we continue on with this.
One of the things you shared about, or you mentioned, were about mentees and mentors. So as being a mentee, a mentor on campus, one of the boundaries I've created was whenever I met with them, I would always leave like the door open, and I would always alert them about talking about other individuals. And so whenever we met, we focused solely on their goals, the projects that they were working on, and we stayed away from personal relationships or personal vendettas they had with other individuals, because I didn't want that negative energy in my space. I think that's very important for us to keep on ourselves, and to not get into he says and she says, because again, we're supposedly adults and we should stay at an adult level. So thank you again, Teresa.
Did anyone else on the panel want to go ahead?
Yeah, I really appreciated the conversation we had just as panelists preparing about, boundaries and challenges that you encounter. And I was thinking a lot about power and the different roles that you will play as a graduate student. In some relationships, you don't have very much power relative to the person that you're working with, and that can be intersectional in lots of different ways. And in some relationships, you're seen as an authority figure if you're teaching undergraduate students or supervising students in a lab. And there will be situations where none of your options for resolving a situation are ideal and will get you, your first choice outcome. And so it's very important to identify, I think, kind of what your hard lines are and what you need to do to protect your research. Because speaking of challenges, I mentioned I had a very, I've had a rough road and have, had a pretty slow progress with my degree, and am now set to finish within the academic year. But allowing I don't want to say allowing, but not prioritizing my work and my research out of fear or getting sucked into other problems was part of what really slowed me down. And so when it comes to teaching students, right, students will come at you with challenges and requests and problems that you may be very ill-equipped to handle. And it can be very hard to draw boundaries with your students. And one thing that I kind of learned over time is that you can care about your students, but you can't do their caring for them. You can't rescue them. And so that goes back to, I think, the first part of what we talked about very early in the panel, is staying connected, and don't be afraid to ask for help, and give that out to your undergraduate students too. Help connect them with resources, and call in resources for yourself if you're dealing with a challenge with undergraduate students. So that's one thing that I can think of in terms of boundaries. And the other thing is just, again, the importance of your community, because outside of your department, because again, you may and very likely will have challenges where you can't engineer a perfect outcome. And having a community who reminds you who you are and what your worth is outside of academia and what your options are, that you never stop seeing yourself as a person with options who can make a choice about how to handle a situation, even if you can't resolve it exactly the way you want. I think if I had figured that out sooner, I would have graduated much sooner. So don't be afraid to help, stay connected, and identify where your lines are.
I would just like to add to what Jennifer said. One thing in my program, and this is a lot, I know there's a lot of international students who are probably on the call who are from really high-powered distance cultures. And so when we talk about high power distance, there's this huge distance between a leader and a follower, and you just kind of follow whatever the leader says. I would be very careful about that. And I think there's a line of being respectful, but also being assertive in terms of your boundaries. And I think that's what we're kind of all saying in terms of boundaries. There is a large power dynamic in this relationship that needs to be acknowledged, but you also have power within that dynamic. You do a lot of the work as a TA or as an RA. You're going to be doing a lot of work for them. They're going to rely on you for your time. So as much as you can still say no, I've said no, there were consequences, but it worked out for the best, to be honest with you. And it was beneficial for me and the faculty member. And so I just want to put that out there that, you know, you are human, you do have power within the relationship and so forth.
Thank you so much, everybody. We also talked about this importance of, especially right now in this online environment, this distanced environment, and existing in this university and this city and this world right now. How do you take care of yourself? How do you maintain your wellness? And is there work-life balance, which I think is like a term that maybe is easier said than done, but thinking about how to prevent, you know, how do you prevent getting overwhelmed in the very first semester of graduate school? Is it possible to maintain interests outside of graduate school, or should you just focus on your graduate program? How do you survive in this online environment? What are you all doing? How have you kind of navigated even that last semester at the end when everything was kind of online? How are you navigating that environment? So this is just a general question about self-care, wellness, life balance.
As far as life balance goes, I'm kind of an offender when it comes to maybe working a little too much. My wife tells me all the time. I spend like 12 hours a day on campus in the lab or in my office, you know, writing, reading, or working. And then I spend another 4 hours after my wife goes to sleep to do more work at home. And so I don't sleep very often. I guess that's the so I actually do have to set my own boundaries because I do understand that this is not a healthy thing to do. So I do have to say, okay, it's been 12 hours. I need to go home. It's, you know, this is how many hours I have to do work at home. Fit whatever you can into that. That's it. And then I have to do other things, you know, chores, you know, hanging out with my wife, that kind of stuff. Yeah, and I try to keep the weekends to myself. And these are all these are all very basic things that you should at least do. And it becomes really easy to become engrossed in your work. I know because I am constantly there. And yeah, it's definitely good to make sure you're not overstretching yourself, even when it doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, I kind of relate to that. So for me, like when I first started, I started as a TA, and like, you know, like that's the job you get paid for, right? And so like for me, I was like, I want to make sure I do a good job, leave a good impression. I don't want to lose this job. And so one of the things I did, which was, it was good, but also bad, is that I made myself really available. And so even though it left like a positive impression, at some point, it was just too hard for me to upkeep. And so I felt like every email that I get, like I have to reply right away. I have to do this task right away. If they like we would have meetings on a Friday and like 10 tasks would come up, and then I would feel like, okay, well now I have to do all those 10 today, and now I don't have time for research, you know? And at some point it became kind of unhealthy because I was focusing too much on my TA position, which is great. It's a good job, but also like I was kind of pulling away from the research, which is like why I'm here in the first place. And so I felt kind of demotivated. And so like really finding, like setting a schedule for yourself of like when, and it's not always possible, but for the most part it is. And so really being able to distinguish like when, like what are the type of situations where they really have to be done at this moment. And then you'll realize that there's actually not that many situations. But then transitioning to online, just because you can be available most of the time, because now we're in an online setting and we don't have to go to physical meetings, doesn't mean you have to be. So like, you know, if like someone says like, oh, like, can we have a meeting at this time or like at 8 o'clock, like you don't have to do that. So knowing that like you can set those boundaries is really important, especially in an online world. Like I think a lot of people can relate to like Zoom fatigue now and like all these online meetings. And so definitely take care of yourself and like set those schedules, and also be okay when they don't work out. Like there will be times when you try to make a schedule and you're like, okay, this works out and I can take care of myself and do my research, but it won't always happen, but you'll get better at it. So that's my advice for like, in terms of like transitioning to the online setting.
Did any of the other panelists want to speak to this kind of life balance question and wellness and how you kind of sustain yourself through this time?
Actually, I'd like to add something. It looks like, well, actually more of an answer to to something on the chat. So I said this before during the panelist meeting, and it's that it's really easy, or it feels impossible to try to balance your graduate school responsibilities as well as your TA responsibilities. So basically your research and your TA responsibilities. It just feels hard because I guess it's not something that just comes immediately as soon as you start grad school. It's definitely a learning process. And trust me, you will find that you can organize your life and you can organize your work and place them in just the right balance sooner than you expect. It felt impossibly hard to get everything, keep everything together during my first semester. But honestly, as soon as the second one started, things became immensely easier. You know, you've been through it. You know which pitfalls you need to avoid, and you know where to prioritize your time. And you'll find that it just comes. And even if it doesn't, there are a ton of graduate students right next to you who have done the same things, who have gone through the same issues. And if you didn't just immediately figure it out, you can easily just ask the next person right next to you. And I'm sure there are things that they can ask you as well. And together you can definitely get through all of it.
Yeah, and I'd like to add one thing. So entering this space, I had teaching experience prior to being a graduate student. I was a high school ELA teacher. And so something that I would suggest for folks who have never taught before is to listen to what people are saying around teaching, but also listen to the students. Because there are a lot of like hegemonic teaching practices that happen in the institution that really don't serve the students. So listen to the students. If you feel like something, like you want to change something because you think it would meet your classes in a more human, real, connected way, allow yourself the space to do that.
I think I was just doing finger snaps, but if folks don't know what that is, in community spaces, often if you agree with someone, to not clap and be loud, but to show that you acknowledge what they're saying, you can do finger snaps. So maybe that's something if folks haven't done that before. I know we have a little less than 10 minutes left, and I just kind of want to open it for what is, something we haven't talked about or something we have that you want to expand on, or maybe some of those alternative questions I had sent to y'all that some of the folks had posed, but just your advice, because you're a wealth of knowledge. Please just share.
I guess my closing remark is be very willing to communicate and be very open and try to really network as much as you can in this time that you're here in grad school. Understand what it is you're trying to get out of it and really, really pursue that. 4 or 5 years, it goes by really quickly. And, it's definitely, you're gonna definitely feel the regret of not getting the most out of your experience. If you don't, pretty much make the most of your experience. So definitely throw yourself in all those awkward situations and get everything you can get out of it.
Yeah, I wanted to add to, I think it was a question that was asked beforehand about how to make friends during this time. I think we're all kind of learning because we also just recently, we're rapidly like last semester. But one of the things I wanted to say, and I think it applies during this time too, is really try to connect with the people in your lab or group, but also in your classes and even beyond. And so specifically to your classes, like for me, I'm in engineering, in the engineering program, like making those friendships and like connections, like not only helps you do better in those classes, but also you don't know if down the line that might be a potential collaboration that you can have. And like what's not really said a lot is that, so advisors talk to each other and they may have their own conversations of like a potential project, but sometimes you may find that someone in your same program is working on something else that might add to your project, or you might be able to add to theirs. And that might be an opportunity for you to collaborate on something that could lead to a publication, or just learn as well from like the senior individuals in the program. But then also I really advocate for like making connections outside of your program, because just like how you can do a collaboration, currently related to your topic, like you never know, like, if you do a startup, or if you, need help down the line, or just want to also just to learn about other, majors that are out there and other spaces is really important, because it's really important to build that interdisciplinary knowledge and feel comfortable and know how to communicate with other people, because we all use different like languages sometimes, or syntax, and it's really important to get that practice early on. So that's what I really just wanted to say as a closing thought.
I think going off of that, I know there was a question somebody asked, like when you guys had the opportunity to submit questions, which was what organizations helped you develop like practical knowledge during grad school. And I think for me, a lot of the organizations that I got involved with right away were things that I was passionate about outside of my academic circle. So speaking to what some of my peers here have said, you know, one of the organizations I got involved with was the Minority Student Alliance. And that was really huge for me because in my program, we do focus on that, but it's not as big of a priority as it was for me personally. And so being able to meet individuals from different colleges, different backgrounds, that were all really united on that one front was really integral to just igniting a new passion for me throughout my program and forming a new group of friends. And I think going off of that, like, you know, the UIC campus is huge. It's filled with lots of opportunities to get involved with interdisciplinary work, like within your field or outside of your field. There's always new areas of research. And I think if this doesn't show you, like, there's always vibrant conversations going on. And so asking the questions that push the boundaries of what's being done and creating opportunities for yourself and for others, I think is something that's a skill that needs to be developed for everybody, but is also something that the graduate college here at UIC really helps you do. And I think so long as you just pose your question, it doesn't matter if it's to the right person or the right group, but somebody will always help connect you with like other people who are in that circle or in that level of interest.
Yeah, and to just continue to build, there was a question, there's a question in the chat that I'll address alongside the question about interdisciplinary opportunities. That's really, in my experience, that's really up to you to create. I've had the privilege of being in some courses where there were folks in an engineering program, there were folks from ed policy or Latinx studies. And so those environments have offered me, you know, the space to have conversation with folks who study in other fields. And like Samantha was saying, like to see how that language crosses over in different disciplines. But then also to the question in the chat about the competitiveness, I think that really has to do with who you are. I have been involved in a situation in the academy where people in the institution want to pit two graduate students against each other for opportunities to go to conferences, for opportunities to be published. And, you know, I personally, I think that I don't give in to that competition. That is not who I am as a researcher. That's not who I am as a person. And so, yeah, I'll miss out on certain opportunities, but know that all that glitters isn't gold. All these conferences that are put up on a pedestal are not often the ones who listen to you and who are actually about the work that you're about. So really do your homework on what space you want to occupy, what space that you value as a researcher, and then make your decisions off
that. Actually, yes, I would like to also, you know, chime in about the competition amongst peers. Actually, I have a story to tell. One of the other grad students that came in around the same time I did, and it's funny because we were assigned to the same office. We were like the joint office. We took all the same classes, had the same research interests. We shortlisted the same PIs, and we wound up choosing in sequential order the same exact research groups. So, I mean, it doesn't get more competing than that, right? But I mean, throughout the whole thing, we talked about it. We both understood that we had these very similar interests, and it doesn't have to be. Competition doesn't have to be like overly aggressive, or it doesn't have to sour relationships and friendships. We still work really closely together, and the fact that we do have such similar interests makes it really easy for us to collaborate and share resources, for that matter. In fact, I just went over to borrow a bunch of stuff from him today. So it's it doesn't have to be a struggle. It doesn't. You can maintain those relationships. You can still compete with each other. Just it's a friendly competition. And at the end of the day, one of you will definitely get something out of it. You can either be happy for yourself in, you know, getting that thing you wanted, or you can be happy for your friend who just accomplished something. Both are really great feelings to have.
Adora and Jen, I want to leave you with the time to have your final comments. And I know we're going into the break, but don't worry, everybody will get their break. So.
Well, I don't really have any other comments to say. I just I guess protect your energy, and I think just believe in yourself and believe in your ability. I know this process will make you doubt your ability, or doubt your insights and your intuitive, the intuition you might have about certain things, but a lot of times your that intuition is correct. So just kind of hold on to that and know that you have, and I said this before, you have more power in the process. You bring insights to your faculty, to the program, just as much as anyone else. And just remember that as you're going through the process.
I wanted to comment on the competition question because it's so interesting, and in total agreement with the perspectives offered by my peers here. And also I would add that not everybody knows how to compete healthily. I think most people don't. It's a skill. If you feel yourself feeling competitive, what is it that that other person has that you want, and how can you go out and accomplish that from yourself? Not take it from them, but how can you get it for you? And most people who might act competitive are not out to stab you in the back. They might just, you know, not have a healthy relationship with competition, and that's okay. Just worry about yourself. The other thing that I would say is to start thinking of yourself as a professional. You don't go into an office and, you know, become best friends with every single person in the office, but you need to have good working relationships with people. So this goes back to a lot of what we have discussed about, you know, boundaries and maintaining your community, and decide how you want to conduct your relationships with people and honor your values in that way. And then my last thought is about the online environment. And I wish I had all the answers for how you socialize. I hate socializing in Zoom. But the best advice I can give people is that teaching online and doing your work online is a real sort of cognitive shock. You have to learn a whole new set of skills in addition to just everything else that you're trying to learn and do at the same time. It's like learning to drive a car, but you have to go out on the highway the first time you get behind the wheel of the car. But when you're learning to drive, it's really a lot to remember at first. You know, where's the gas? Where's my speedometer? Where do I look? And then over time, it becomes more intuitive, and those kind of controls become more second nature. And that will happen the more you get used to teaching and learning online. And so just go easy on yourself, go easy on other people. Everybody is learning. It doesn't have to be perfect. The main thing is that you try.
I want to thank from the bottom of my heart to one of the most beautiful student panels that we have held in orientation, to our graduate student panelists, for your time, for your words, for your knowledge, for your experience. I know a couple folks have been dropping their information on the chat. I also want to remind folks that in the agenda, we have the bios of all of these wonderful graduate students, your colleagues, and the panelists here today. So I know you can't hear the roaring round of applause of the 500-person room that would be giving you applause. But thank you so much, you all, for being here. We appreciate you, and we look forward to seeing you hopefully in virtual spaces, future panels, and in collaboration. So thanks all. And we're going to be moving to a break for everybody else, and we will be on break. We're going to take it to, let's see, 2:35. I think we're going to break till then. We're going to be a little behind, but go ahead, stretch your legs, take a break, and we will be back. Thank you, everybody.
Teresa? Teresa?
Can you just tell them? Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Hopefully folks got a chance to breathe or stretch or do whatever you needed to do for that moment. We are going to resume in our agenda for our next panel of amazing scholars, advisors, mentors, faculty. What we're going to do is I'm going to start with introductions of our faculty panelists who are here joining us today to talk with you about kind of navigating this first year of graduate school. And then I'm going to open it up to their own introductions of themselves, and then we're going to deal with some questions. So first, I would like to introduce Dr. Jonathan Art. He's an associate professor of anatomy and cell biology in the College of Medicine. He is also an associate dean of Graduate College. His research focuses primarily on biophysics of the auditory and vestibular systems. He uses biophysical, electrophysiological, and optical techniques to characterize the cellular properties responsible for hearing and balance. His work has characterized how the brain controls the sensitivity of the ear and how proteins in the receptor cells of the auditory system tune into each a specific frequency of sound. His most recent work focuses on the network properties in the ear and how information from multiple cells is integrated to detect velocity and acceleration in the vestibular system. He is an expert in advanced imaging, and his inventions are primarily in electronics and optics. Welcome, Dr. Jonathan Art. Thank you for being here. Dr. Nick Huggett is here. He uses he, him, and his pronouns. He's a professor of philosophy and has served as his department's DGS, Director of Graduate Studies, for several years. When he is not working on the physiology of physics, he is he likes to sail with mathematicians at www.beyondspacetime.net. Thank you, Dr. Huggett, for joining us today. Dr. Laura Junker is an archaeologist and ethnohistorian interested in the political economy and political ecology of pre-modern chiefdoms and states. Her archaeological and historical research is focused primarily on Southeast Asia's maritime trading polities and the first millennium to the European contact, particularly pre-Hispanic chiefdoms of the Philippine archipelago. I can't say that word, Laura, you're gonna have to say it, I'm sorry. Although she has also been involved in field projects in Vietnam, Laos, and China, she is both current and past MA and PhD students have carried out archaeological research in the Philippines, Thailand, Indonesia, China, and Dr. Junker is also an associate dean in the Graduate College. Thank you, Dr. Junker, for being here with us today. Dr. Carmen Lilly is here with us today. She is an associate professor in mechanical and industrial engineering, also known as MIE. She received her PhD in theoretical and applied mechanics from Northwestern University in 2003 and joined the faculty at UIC in the fall of 2003. Her research is focused on synthesis, characterization, and modeling of materials at the quantum and nanoscale. In addition, Dr. Lilly also conducts research on STEM education and professional formation of engineering students at the undergraduate and graduate level. Dr. Lilly is the director of the graduate studies for the MIE department. Hello, Dr. Lilly. Thanks for joining us. And Dr. David Marquez is here with us today. He has a PhD. He is a professor of kinesiology and nutrition and the director of the exercise psychology laboratory in the College of Applied Health Sciences at UIC. He's also a visiting professor with the Rush Alzheimer's Disease Center. He earned his doctoral degree and master's degree in kinesiology from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign and a bachelor's degree in psychology from Loyola University, Chicago. His research is focused on reducing health disparities and developing physical activities interventions for the vulnerable populations. Dr. Marquez spends the majority of his time working with the Latino community, older adults, and individuals at risk for Alzheimer's disease. He is the fifth of 6 children, with the youngest being 40 and the oldest being 68. Thank you, Dr. Marquez, for joining us. So those are the beautiful bios of our amazing professors that are joining us today, our faculty members, who were specifically chosen because they do great mentoring, they do great work with graduate students. They were recommended by both a dean, 2 of them are deans, and probably more directors of graduate studies, have gotten through many students through graduate programs. So they have a knowledge and wealth of experience. So they're here with you today to just talk about what you need to be thinking about in especially your first year of school. So I'm gonna open up the floor for you all to kind of like introduce yourselves, and then we'll go into some questions. You're muted, Laura, I think. There you go.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm an older professor, so I'm not quite as good at all of this. But I'm an archaeologist, as she mentioned, in the anthropology department. And I have worked at UIC for 20 years, and I have worked in the grad college for a long period of time as well. I don't know if you want me to also make a statement about what I think is important in advising and mentoring. Do you want me to say that now?
Yeah, absolutely. Just advice on what are some things that grads should be thinking about.
Well, I wrote a couple of things. In a perfect world, both the mentor and grad students are completely in sync with things in terms of how to go about a research plan and its execution. This can be really tricky because the senior partner in this mentor relationship may be relying on several grad students to do their part of a complex experiment or field project. And even though I'm not a hard scientist necessarily, but I have to go in the field and take people to foreign countries, students. So that is an important part of what I do. So I get to see them in lots of different settings. However, mentoring means that faculty, advisor, and graduate students communicate clearly rather than shutting down at any discord that comes up. But instead, they should talk to one another. And it's really important to talk a lot to your advisor and the 3 or 4 other individuals that might be on your dissertation committee, as well as the director of graduate studies. So it doesn't have to just be your advisor, but you should reach out to other faculty that might serve on your committees. I also appreciate when graduate students who can calmly tell me when something's not working and work with the professor to kind of bring the stress down. And then we can sit down and figure out what the solution is without becoming really overwrought about it. Graduate students also realize that there are these, with their MA theses or MS theses and dissertations, they have these committees of 3 to 4 professors, plus the director of graduate studies. And these individuals can really help the students in addition to their main mentors and give them ideas and be collaborative in helping that student. So students shouldn't be afraid reaching out to a lot of faculty in their department and get to know as many as they can. And then I also mentioned that directors of graduate studies can be a great asset because they can help you find funding opportunities. They can show that you're not alone in this monumental task of the thesis or the dissertation. And the other thing that I'll probably talk about a little bit later are their own other grad students that can really mentor them as well and kind of put them through, talk to them about what has been, difficult for them and how they overcame it and to make these kinds of connections. So do you want me to say more or?
Or I can just
that's great. Thank you, Dr.
Yeah.
I can just jump in there because this is one of the moments of transition. And it's not just because we're all on Zoom here, rather than being in one big room like we normally would be. But when you look back on this history, this is a pivotal moment. And none of us in this room have lived through something like this. We have some experience from the summer of what it's like to do things remotely or try to do things such as teaching, interacting, doing research, and the rest. But we're learning. And so we ask for your sympathy and we'll extend it to you as well. A graduate student I knew at Stanford about a decade ago wrote a book about getting what you came for. And it is an interesting process because unlike what you might have been through as an undergraduate, this is mainly a self-construction project. What you get out is what you put in. But if we take major life events like moving, getting married, getting divorced, doing all these things as, say, 100% stress, it turns out graduate students are at a 325% stress level. Okay, so it just is superimposed. We understand that, and some of us really remember it because being in academia is stressful even after you get your degree. So keep that in mind. But one of the things that Dr. Junker said that's really important is that clarity and communication and what you need at any particular moment is really important. And it, in a general way of solving problems, it's often good to go in having identified what you think a problem is and also having a solution. It's not this moment when you say, gee, Dad, what do I do now? Well, think about it for a minute and come up with some things and lay that out because you need to have a conversation. And at this moment in history, it's even more important to have those conversations. As Laura also mentioned, you get mentoring not just from your primary advisor, but you get it from everybody else that you can. That said, if you're having a problem with your advisor, the person who can solve that is you and that advisor. It doesn't do you a lot of good to go around and keep complaining about something, anything, with everybody else in the room except the person who has agency. So when you do this, I'm asking you to be very intentional about this process of what it is to take control of what you think you need to know, taking the advice of people who are in the field. And if things aren't working out, a strategy that's guaranteed not to work is just avoiding your advisor. I won't go in while they're in. Sort of behaviors in the laboratory are the first indicator for me when something's going terribly wrong. And sometimes it's at the end of a career when you just have to get out of that lab within the next 6 months or you're going to lose your mind. But sometimes it's at the beginning because you really don't know. Most of the times that we've had to intervene with people having trouble, and with the didactic coursework in particular, is in that first term, is in what's coming up now. We have no idea precisely what that's going to look like for this term. We do know everybody's doing a lot of things by remote because we don't have a way of actually blocking the transmission of this virus. So that said, there are going to be moments. I have no idea how often I froze during this conversation, but presumably it's more than once. So I'm going to invest in more bandwidth coming from wherever I am so that we can communicate. But we're going to be sympathetic with what you're up against because we imagine it can only be 2 or 3 times worse than that 325% figure that I gave, all right? But we do ask you to become articulate in terms of what your needs are because we can't guess and because we're not around you, we don't have a chance to see how things are going. If you were in my laboratory, every morning I would see everybody and I would be able to know how things are going and suggest what to do. This time out, everybody, including me, are going to have to be more intentional. And if you need something, give us a shout out. We're definitely findable. And given how things are going, we're often up at 2 o'clock in the morning. So don't worry, just reach out.
Hi all, David Marquez. So to reiterate a couple of the things, maybe to bring them even more to the forefront, so that communication and asking questions. So recently the 5th PhD student of mine has graduated. And so I have some experience with this, and I have a new PhD student who just began, and she's wonderful at asking questions. And many times I have an answer for her. And I have found that sometimes she asks me questions where I think, that's a really good question. I don't know the answer. Let me go find out. And it's important that she gets that information and that I have the information and I'm willing to get it as well. So I think asking questions is going to be really helpful. Also, one of the things I found, and it could be a little bit more difficult in these COVID times when we're more remote, is finding other graduate students, you know, that you can bond with, especially maybe more senior graduate students. So I often answer questions, say prospective PhD students. I will answer their questions, and then I'll give them the information of my former PhD students to say, here, contact them, because they might tell you things that are different. They might put it more bluntly to you. They might tell you my weaknesses in a different way than I state my own weaknesses. So getting to know senior graduate students as well can be really helpful.
Dr. Haggett, Dr. Lilly, did you want to chime into the advice?
I'm so used to so many different formats. Sometimes I get called on, so I'm waiting to see if I'm going to be called on or not. I guess I just want to build on some of the things that have been said and maybe give a different perspective in the sense of sometimes we don't know what to ask. You know, it's a new experience. Not everybody knows what to expect out of graduate school, or what interactions there should be between a faculty supervisor and a student. And so you may not know, oh, should I be asking this? Is this an acceptable question? Would I be looked at poorly if I were to ask this question? So one of the things that I think that I've learned, not just through my, you know, mentoring students, but, you know, receiving mentoring from other colleagues, is that it's important to build good relations with other people. And not everybody, I think Laura said this, not everybody's going to be your friend, but they're your colleagues. And hopefully you'll have a collegial relationship with the people in your lab, and you'll have a collegial relationship with your faculty advisor. And sometimes when we're maybe struggling with not knowing what to expect, a really good question is just to ask people, what were some of the lessons you learned? Like, now that, you know, if you go back, what advice would you give to me or any other student to be successful, to succeed in your lab, or to succeed in this field? Because that sometimes prompts then questions of, oh, I didn't know that, or I didn't know I should ask that, or I could explore that. So I think, you know, from that perspective is we don't expect you to know what graduate school is going to be like exactly. I think most of us are there with the intention of, well, I should say, not all, it depends on the field, but it tends to be very collaborative. And so sometimes it's just, you know, starting conversations of like, what should I know? Or, you know, what advice do you have for me? And this is not just with your faculty, but with other students in your lab. You know, what are some of the things I should know about this lab? You know, how would you advise me to start my projects? You know, how did you start your projects? You know, what were some of the struggles that you had? You know, how did you overcome them? So it's really, you know, engaging that dialogue and communicating with not just your faculty advisor, but the other students in your lab, I think is important.
Yeah, I was waiting to be wondering if you were going to call people as well. So I had a list of things to say, but I'm kind of happy to see that they're the same things most everybody else has been saying as well. So I think that means, yeah, there's something to that. I'll go through, I had a couple of other things and I'll kind of go through my list, but I think almost all of these have been said at least once so far. So yeah, thinking about what would be useful for you for, you know, to get doing the first year that'll put you in a firm foundation for going forward through the rest of graduate school is, you know, get to know the incoming class, get to know your peers. They will be a group with you, and that'll be an important, you know, group to that'll be part of your support network. They'll know what you're going through. So try to get to know your peers. I completely agree. Get to know some of the senior students as well, and ask them for advice about, exactly the question is, what do you wish somebody had told you when you came in? What have you learned now? Please tell me so I know what I should be doing. Get to know those people. Definitely, I like what Jonathan was saying about asking faculty questions. Everyone has really been saying that, but think about how you ask faculty questions. I think I'm kind of representing the humanities to some extent here. So one way that comes up for us especially is you see a big difference between the students who are giving you drafts of writing, things like that ahead of time, to get feedback before you finish turn work in. So not just about your career, but asking about the work. I think don't be afraid to kind of ask for help with the work that you're doing, and that will really help you a lot. The transition to graduate school is a transition, and however well you were doing as an undergraduate, it's another step up, and you've still got a long way to go. So get that help. I think that really makes a big difference. Do get to know your academic advisor. Get to know the DGS. They can be really important advocates for you and give you really useful advice, and to have someone you can talk to during your career is really helpful. When I think one thing people haven't said, I was going to sort of say, sometimes when things get hard, for instance, there's a lot of sort of imposter syndrome people can feel. You wonder whether you're really supposed to be here. Have people you can reach out to. I think people in the graduate college you can talk to, but also I tell a lot of our students, the UIC, it's overworked, but the counseling service is really quite excellent, and it's available for you, and many students use it, and it really helps a lot of people. I don't think there should be any sort of real stigma attached in using that. It's a really helpful thing if at some point in your career you're having a hard time. One other thing people didn't say is, I think, just talking about the assistant. So we've been talking about the academic and the study side, but if you're on an assistantship, I think you've got to think about that the right way. And what I tell our students is, it's a job. So you have to do that job as well as you possibly can. And that's important. If you do it badly, it's going to cause you problems. So be serious about it. Of course, I see there's the GEO rep is here as well, so I will emphasize that there's the other side to it being a job. That means the university and your supervisor has responsibilities to treat you a certain way as well. You're not just sort of indentured servant or something. You really, it's be professional about it. I think, one of the other things you can be asking asking academic advisors and asking the more senior students is, how to sort of start professionalizing as you go through graduate college. So things I say to our students in the first year, things you can do is, start to join the relevant professional societies, start to read the relevant professional journals, start to go to the relevant conferences, and I think very important, go to the colloquia and workshops that are run in your department. It's really important that you have a presence there, get to learn about a lot of different things and get to connect to the department, show that you're really interested in the field. Okay, and then my one other piece of advice in the first year, so certainly in the humanities, the first year or two when you're taking coursework, you actually have a huge amount of freedom to go research, read around your field. By the time you get past the qualifying exams and you're working on your dissertation, you're going to be super focused on whatever your specialization is. So you do have time this first year or two. I imagine this applies to most departments, but anyway, certainly in humanities, I think, to take a broader view, fill in the parts of the field that you haven't had a chance to kind of look at yet, read more widely, use that time, because you're going to be super busy on the dissertation and then getting tenure. And, after these 2 years, you're going to be really kind of much more focused. Well, welcome to UIC, everyone. It's really sad we can't be doing this in person. I would love to be sitting down with everybody, but I'm really glad you've joined us this year.
Thank you for that wealth of introductory comments. I had the list of the first year graduate school questions, but I feel like you all answered almost all of them all. Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Marquez.
Yeah, sure. So one of the things that was just said that resonated with me as an advisor was the change for those who are first year graduate students, either as a master's or, well, I guess as a master's or straight into a PhD program. Undergraduate was so different, right? And so I have seen those who have come in and just kind of thought, okay, well, I'm just gonna do my classes, I'm gonna study, and then I'll do a little bit of research that I'm supposed to do, and then that's it. In my work in the labs that I've seen, those who really invest themselves in it and where it is kind of more like a job, have, in my experience, have really succeeded. And it's a mindset change from the undergraduate to the graduate, because it is very different, and responsibilities and expectations are different. So those who really put themselves into it as more than just, well, I'm just taking classes and I do, you know, X number of hours per week in research, as these like two separate things. If you, you know, get into it and get invested, I have found it's been very helpful for graduate students.
I think that notion of what you see in that first year in terms of who's being successful and maybe who's not as successful as those very successful students is an important question. So I'm going to throw that out. Like, what are some issues with the students you're seeing that aren't being as successful, like Dr. Marquez is mentioning? Well, maybe you're not treating it like you're fully there, you're fully present. It's just you're treating it like an undergraduate. And then are there some solutions like is being offered here in order to prevent that? And then what are the students that are being very successful in their first year? What do you already see them doing right now? And this is open. I'm not calling it anyone, FYI, sorry.
One of the things, and I'll go from that introductory part of it, is the undergraduate curriculum tends to be something where you're mastering an area of knowledge and learning how to do the problems if you're in the STEM disciplines that I know most about. But you're not necessarily going back and asking the most fundamental question of why they approached the problem that particular way, what alternatives there were, what the assumptions were. And being in graduate school, you're entering into an ongoing conversation where and you're trying to catch up, you're trying to master how people represent things and how they analyze them. And you're being introduced to that culture of things. And this is one thing which you have to go whole hog and do. One of the things of talking about going to meetings and the rest of the things is true. But even when you approach the problems that are given to you in didactic courses, this is really a very different experience. And you should always be asking yourself why or how, or understand what that process is, because you're entering into the business of creating knowledge. Okay, and there are as many ways of doing that as there are people in this virtual room. And you have to be true to that and make sure that you understand what is a given, what is a known, what is an unknown known, and be able to analyze those things going forward. You're not the passive receptacle of a bunch of information that you're going to be asked to then give back. You're going to be asked to deal with that and analyze it and contrast and compare it to a whole bunch of things. And that's the business of being in the academy. It is, everything has to be examined ruthlessly. Simultaneously, you have to be open to any totally radical new idea that's out there, but everything is subject to this ruthless analysis of what it means, what its implications are, and how you go forward from it. That's really what this life of the mind is. And people who retain strategies that worked as undergraduates and don't think that this is a more aggressive business or assertive business are going to fall behind. That said, if you're having a problem just mastering what the facts are, then that's the starting point. And so you're going to have to marshal some resources to actually get over exactly a strategy for acquiring information that comes in at this baud rate, because it's extraordinarily fast and there's a whole world out there. So you're going to have to develop a different strategy. Everything's not neatly contained in a syllabus. It has, it basically leaks out into the whole universe of information that's out there. So you're going to have to be very assertive about how you decide to understand and cope with the scale of the information that's available in each of your disciplines.
So I want to kind of build on what was just said. And I think in engineering, there's the term reflective reasoning, or reflective, performing reflections on the things you do. So one of the things that that's different from undergraduate studies to graduate studies, I think, is that the things that we use that were really successful for us in undergrad don't necessarily translate to graduate school, in part because we're asking, just like John was saying, to think more deeply about the things that we're learning and to ask questions about them and reflect on the knowledge that we're building. And so I felt like as an undergrad, and for the undergraduate students, we tend to have very clear like expectations. These are your learning outcomes, and as long as you achieve those, you're going to be okay. But now it's much more open. There are no set learning outcomes. There are expectations that the professor will say, okay, this is what we're covering this semester, and this is how you're going to be evaluated in a class. But the learning outcomes, it's how you approach your curriculum and the things that you want to gain out of it. And there's a lot of dependence then on you making those types of decisions, and how deeply you're going to reflect on the curriculum that you're learning. And that also translates to, if you're doing research, a lot of times, you know, we have to think more deeply about the literature that we're reading, and not just rely on, okay, that's the data set that they got and here's the conclusion. It's, you know, we have to think more analytically and challenge what was done, and explore then a field much more deeply than as an undergraduate student. So that's kind of just building off what was said earlier. But the other thing too that hasn't been mentioned yet is that I think sometimes when I see students struggling, I sometimes ask them how well they're taking care of themselves, like whether they're managing their stress, whether they're sleeping. I'll even say, you know, what's your day like, or what's your week like? You know, are you thinking about your health and, you know, planning for healthy meals and getting the sleep that you need in order to be able to work on the things that you're working on. And so sometimes I feel that we forget to remind students that they should be also considering their health while they're in the program. And it all, you know, to be successful doesn't mean that you're getting straight A's. I mean, it's really a holistic approach to you being successful as a whole person, as an individual. So, you know, don't forget about your health and well-being as you're in this program, because that's also part of being successful. So that's what I want to say.
Thank you for those comments. One of the things that some of you have brought up, and also that we were talking about in the graduate student panel that just ended a little while ago, was about these advisor-mentor relationships and how to kind of negotiate these and how to go about them and how to have a successful one. So some of the questions that the students actually asked when they wrote in about questions for you on the panel was, you know, how would you like your advisees to work with you? Like, what does this look like? What are some things you're looking for in students that you want to be part of your lab, or you want to be part of your project or research project? And then what is this actual process of working with an advisor and doing original research? Like if I'm just starting out and asking these questions, what does that look like? So I'm gonna pose that kind of advisor, mentor. How do you get started? How do you get started talking to your advisor? I had some grad students emailing me today being like, I don't even know how to get in touch with them. So I'm just gonna throw that out. Laura, you're on mute. You're on mute. Let's unmute you.
Is it okay? Okay, sorry. In a perfect world, both the mentor and the graduate student are completely on the same, they're synced in terms of how to go about their research plan and its execution. This can be tricky since the senior partner, which is the professor, in the mentor relationship may be relying on several grad students to do their part of a complex experiment or field project, because that happens a lot on the West Campus, but also in my field of archaeology, I have to have many grad students with me, sometimes in a foreign country, or actually always in a foreign country, I should say. So it's really important that faculty advisors and grad students communicate clearly with one another without shutting down if there's some kind of discord. That's when you should keep going with the discussion if there is some kind of discord. But instead, they need to talk to one another and hash out misunderstandings. I also appreciate graduate students who can calmly tell me that it's not working. If you're in a group like archaeology is, I can't necessarily sense, that someone is having a hard time with a field method or interactions with other students that are working with me in the lab or in the field. And it's really important that we sit down and figure out what the solution is and not get overwrought about it very calmly. And I think that's really important information for graduate students. I know that sometimes graduate students come in the office of their mentors and cry too, which happens, but it's a good beginning, I think, in terms of trying to make things better. And then also, the other things that I wanted to talk about is that, in fact, this is, the other thing is the work-life balance, which I think is really important. And, I think now departments are really thinking about balancing family issues and work in an academic setting. And I think it's a really forward advanced situation now where we can, the students can have a maternity or paternity leave, and this stops your educational clock, and this helps you to get through this developing a family, and you get a rollback on certain milestones such as your preliminary exams and your due date for your dissertation. So all of those are really good and very important changes. Since when I was a grad student, I had 3 kids with no maternity leave, which was kind of crazy. So, so it's really important for these students to know that they have these rights to do this, and this helps them to balance their family life with their research life and their university life. And I think that's been a big change, and they should be aware of this, that the university has their back with this.
Is that me?
Both of you. Here you go. Yeah, Dr. Hickett, go ahead.
So I just wanted to answer your question, Teresa, because I think, the answer is a little different in the humanities, I think. I think where people are talking about the sciences, where you come in and I guess you're working in a research group maybe, or mentoring, being mentored that way right away. And in the humanities, So for the students who are in the humanities department, I think the answers are rather different, because in the first couple of years, you're not sort of assigned to someone to do research with. That's certainly not in my department. Your assistantship is a teaching assistantship, and that's the work you're doing. And so the business of building up, I mean, for teaching, you're being mentored by whoever you're assisting. On the research side, you're taking coursework, and the thing to do is take courses with different faculty, and as you get to know the faculty and build a relationship through your coursework and being in a class with the people that you want to work with on your research. And then, of course, the research is often quite different as well. I mean, the norm in my department is, the graduate students are working on their own research projects. They're not part of a sort of a broader research project with the faculty. I mean, they're working in the same kind of area, but it's much more independent research that's being supervised. And so that's, I think in the humanities, it's probably not something you have to be kind of worried about right now. In the first year, it's a relationship you build up over the first 2 to 3 years with faculty.
Nick, do you have the equivalent of people discussing what their scholarship is? In the sciences, often in a program, people will introduce the projects that they have ongoing and how students might be able to engage. Is that true in the humanities, or do you just receive this wisdom by osmosis?
So you mean the faculty describing their research to the
the
rest of the department?
Well, in either in the long form of during the year faculty seminars and perhaps advanced graduate student seminars, but often at the initial orientation, like during this week, would be on West Campus, where often faculty would get up and would have time to give their 10-minute opera version of what they've spent their lives doing. And I've never known whether on East Campus that's a thing, or it's just something that we invented over on the West side.
Well, I don't know if I can speak for the whole of the East Campus or even all the humanists, but on the 14th floor of University Hall, no, I think the students get to find out about faculty research more through taking their seminars, which, I mean, we had, there are survey seminars, but people also will be talking about their research. We do have a sort of series of, a more informal kind of brown bag, work in progress kind of talks, which actually sometimes the grad students will talk about their work or the faculty will talk about their work. So there's some sort of cycling through of people talking about what they do. I would say like that, but no, we'd certainly, that isn't something we do in the orientation.
I also think for, say in kinesiology and nutrition, there are different options. So for some of our master's students, there's a coursework only option where they won't do any research, and then they can do a master's project or a master's thesis. Those are options. And then of course with the PhD students, so are the PhD students starting their own research? Are they mostly or completely working off of their advisors' grants, funded grants? And so it just really varies so much. I mean, I think even from investigator to investigator, even within a department. So I think it's great for graduate students to ask their advisor, not only what are the expectations regarding research, but what is possible, right? So the grad student might have an idea, oh, I'm going to do a study on this, and then the advisor says, okay, how are you going to fund that? And then they say, oh, well, maybe I thought you were going to, I guess maybe I won't be doing that, right? So those, what are the expectations with research? And then what is possible, what is within the lab's research, or can you go off on your own and kind of do your own thing?
Speaking of funding things, what are the questions that we saw in the chat? And we are going to talk actually directly after this, after the GEO, about funding and how to approach kind of fellowships and grants. But I guess any advice on that? That'll be the first question. And the second question is something that Dr. Lilly and Dr. Juncker were kind of talking about in terms of work-life balance. Like folks have asked, hey, can I have a full-time job and still be a successful graduate student? Hey, like I have a family at home and I'm trying to like exist in this environment and still be like a graduate student. So how do folks that have responsibilities outside of school and then thinking about their master's and PhD projects be successful? And then also any suggestions around fellowships, grants, and how to get them?
Am I unmuted?
Yep.
Okay, sorry. In the grad college, obviously, we have Ben Williams, who has a huge amount of information about fellowships that are available to grad students. So you should go to our website and look at, the student should look at ones that are specifically for their own own types of research, or there's some general ones like the National Science Foundation, Fulbrights. We run those through the grad college. So those are good things for students to look at. The graduate college fellowships, the external fellowships that they can apply for. So I think that's a really important tool for students that would like to get either a fellowship or money for field work or for projects.
Dr. Lilly?
So I just want to comment, I believe that most departments somewhere on their website also have to post TA policies. So that's a good, many of our pages have graduate resources. So if you go to your department's page, in there, they probably have something that will tell you how they manage TA positions, because they're managed very differently depending on your department. So some of them are where students can apply for AT positions, and some of them, they're not open positions. They're, issued by the department to like PhD students only, as an example. So those guidelines are available. And I know that's usually a really common question many students have, like, how can I get a TA position? So I do encourage you to check your department website for what their policies are. The other thing, this whole family balance, I don't know if many of you saw my son peek in his head as I was telling him I'm working. It's hard. It's, and one of the things that I have to say is sometimes we need to realize and accept that not everything is going to be perfect as we aspire it to be. And that sometimes instead of perfection, you just have to settle with very good or good enough, right? And that's just, it's difficult. Because I have children that are still young, they need a lot of attention. I have a family to somehow maintain our daily operations. And so, it's that realization that sometimes things cannot be perfect because there's just not enough time and resources to have everything being perfect, and learning that that's okay, I think, when it comes to balance.
So yeah, I wanted to talk about the family work and study, balance as well. And yeah, I mean, I guess my first advice is the same as the previous. It's really hard, I guess. You have to deal with that. But maybe a little more concretely, of course, you want to try to figure out how to compartmentalize, to try to actually have, break your life up into those separate bits. So you're not, I think, trying to deal with work when you really have to look after the family, and you're not dealing with the family. I mean, unless there's an emergency, when you really have to be working. I think this is another example of where the communication is important. I think this has changed over time, but I think with most people, it's going to be fine to sort of make sure they know what you're going through and what you're like, what is happening in your life ahead of time. I think the cases I sort of see problems is when people don't say in advance what's happening, and then suddenly something really important doesn't get done and you don't know why they didn't do it, and then it's a real emergency, and you get mad with the person, and then you find out what happened. This happens with students, and it's probably happened in your life kind of before. You think, why isn't this person doing what they're supposed to? And then you find out there was actually a really good reason, but it was really helpful for people to know that ahead of time. And I think in most cases, people are going to work with you. And as Laura said, there are many ways in which they're obliged to work with you by university policies now. I'm just going to reiterate one thing I said before. As part of working out that balance, if part of what it is, you're receiving an assistantship, you're getting a stipend as an assistant. Again, it's kind of not free money. It's your salary for a job. And one of the things you have to kind of fix in there is making sure you're doing that job properly, because if you don't, that will start to cause you problems, I think. But yeah, it's hard. And yeah, you have my sympathy and empathy, and I've been through much of this, but I did wait, until after I finished graduate school. But I know it's hard work.
So so I was just going to say, as far as working full time, I think it would really depend on the lab, the advisor, that type of thing. So if somebody's working full time, then my assumption is that they don't have, a teaching assistantship or research assistantship. And so then it's working with the advisors, scheduling your classes. Maybe now it's even better because a lot of things are remote. So you can kind of do it at your own pace, which is helpful. So I would say if you're working full time, to be in contact with your advisor and ask that specific question: how can I be most successful, given that I have this outside job as well? Because if you need to be in a lab certain hours of the day, then that might not work, as well.
We're coming towards the close, and so I just wanted to let everybody have a kind of a last word, maybe something that wasn't mentioned or something you want to re-emphasize, last comment of advice before we head out from the panel.
Most of my graduate students are students of color, have been primarily of Latinx background. So and I'm co-chair of the Chancellor's Committee on the Status of Latinos, of which Teresa is a part. And so, if you have specific questions about different cultural backgrounds and different cultural centers on campus, I'm happy to be contacted or can help direct you in that way.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll just say the same thing everybody has really been saying over. The communication is really important, and don't be afraid to communicate and reach out to other students and to the faculty and to advisors. And I think repeat something that Jonathan said right at the beginning that's really important. In the normal run of things, we're all in the department, we're in the same room as each other a lot, and we get to, we just have that contact, so we actually know we're communicating just naturally. This semester, people are going to have to do it much more deliberately. We're going to have to really, and hopefully the faculty will get that message and be reaching out to ask people, to be in touch. But I think you shouldn't wait for that either. If you have questions, take whatever opportunities you have to talk to the faculty and really make that extra. You're going to have to make that extra effort. That is one of the things that's going to be different now. But welcome to UIC. I hope you have a great time here. I mean, and I hope it's, soon it'll be in person and it'll be really good.
So I was going to say, I know it may feel that there's no way for you to communicate with the other students and that it's very like you're on your own. But I guess one of the things that I encourage you is to pay attention to the different networking events or student group events that are taking place, because they are taking place. Many of them are in virtual formats, and I really encourage you to go to some of these meetings. Sometimes as a graduate student, students feel that they're completely overwhelmed. But in this type of situation, I would say, well, there's actually benefits to you to going to these types of events, because you'll connect with other students, you'll meet other students groups, and also departments. Most of them are virtual too. We're hosting virtual seminars, and I'm hosting virtual social events for my graduate students. So, you know, I do encourage you to read your emails. I guess that's my comment. Read your emails that are coming from us, because we are trying to actively reach out to our students so that they feel that that you're welcome and that there is a community for you to be here.
And Dr. Yunker, did you have a last closing comment? I think Dr. Art had it out.
I think I got it on. Can you hear me? Okay. I'm having trouble with my computer, like probably many other people. I would just say reach out to your fellow students that have come into the department. Talk to students that are third year, fourth year, or fifth year working on dissertations. I think that they're a really good network for you, and they can talk to you about issues that come up for them over 4 or 5 years. And they can also talk about the climate of the department, and they can find resources for you. So I think that that's really important. Obviously, you need to talk to your advisor, but I think this is really important to mix with older graduate students.
Dr. Art, did you have a closing comment, Dr. Art?
Yeah, I just got I got an electromagnetic pulse, which took me off the web for a minute. I didn't mean to ghost you guys. I wanted to bring up something which I teach the scientific integrity course, and at one point we gave a personality index exam for 75 graduate students, which we'd also given to faculty at UIC. And this is to actually analyze how well they would be a leader and could be, you know, a chief executive of an organization, but it actually works for graduate school as well. And on a scale of 1 to 10, where 10 is the best people who can rationally address questions and problems as they arise and creatively solicit advice from other people, that's 10. And 1 are the folks who are passive aggressive and, you know, basically won't answer your questions and do things like that. And it was very revealing, because graduate students, you know, who take this in the first couple of years of being at UIC, if they're supported by the NIH, came out and they were consistently up at 8 and above, most often 8, 9, some occasional 10. And our faculty were, how should I put this? Not as high performers on this index. They tended to be in 2, 3, occasional 4s. At that moment, I decided that the hope is in the future in graduate students. And the fact is that probably you're more competent at actually going and addressing an issue than many of our faculty. And I ask you just to remember, these are human beings, and they're not without their faults. I didn't know you could quantify their faults quite so directly, but it does suggest that if you want to solve a problem, you are the first part of the solution. And I'm just giving you the data, not suggesting how to do it, but really it's in your hands.
Well, I want to thank all of our amazing faculty panelists. Thank you, Dr. Marquez, Dr. Huggett, Dr. Lilly, Dr. Yunker, and Dr. Art for joining us today and sharing your wisdom, expertise, and knowledge as mentors, advisors, and faculty. And we thank you for being here, and we appreciate you, and we look forward to seeing you virtually throughout the semester. Thank you so much. Now we're going to move on to the next part of our agenda. We are going to be talking with 2 important folks that you will get to know through the Graduate Employee Organization. So I would love to welcome Jared O'Connor and Adam Pratt, who are going to talk to you about the GEO.
Hey, thank you, Teresa, and thank you to the Graduate College for having us. Sorry, my cat loves to be in presentation, so she just climbed up on me. So let me just put this as present. Okay. Yeah, my name is Jared O'Connor. I'm a PhD student in English, and with me is Adam Pratt as a PhD student in math, and we are the co-presidents of the Graduate Employee Organization, which is the union on campus that represents all graduate assistants and teaching assistants at UIC.
All right, so like Jared said, we're the Graduate Employees Organization, so we're a member-run labor union that represents pretty much all of the grad workers on campus. So this will be a big chunk of you, anybody who has a TA or GA appointment. So what we do is we bargain a contract with the UIC administration that kind of sets all of the work rules for GAs and TAs, and I'll talk a little more about that in a second. And then we also kind of defend that contract against violations through the official grievance process. And so anytime you might have a work issue, you would come to us.
And just a little bit about how we operate, kind of bouncing off the last panel a little bit here too. So we're a member-driven organization. We're not a student group in any way. We're not affiliated with the university, but we're a member-driven union. With our parent union is the American Federations of Teachers and the Illinois Federation of Teachers, and we're one of the unions affiliated with them. So all of our officers, including Adam and myself, obviously are graduate students, and they're all elected from our membership. We have about 1,500, 1,600 members across campus. And again, we represent all GAs and TAs. So even if you're not a GA or TA right now, this info will be pertinent in case you ever become one. We also have a fair amount of committees and different caucuses that address specific issues on campus. For instance, we have our International Student Caucus, which is a very active, bustling community of international workers on campus working to protect international student rights. And we also have some caucuses that deal with, for example, sexual harassment on campus, and third-party reporting is our current, for sexual harassment is kind of one of our biggest causes right now. But we also have a lot of different sort of outreach to bring members in, but also to make sure your voice is heard in the specific kind of capacity that you want it to be. We also vote on issues as a union. These include different kinds of activists, ideas we might have, or different types of movements we kind of want to do on campus, so we will collectively vote on all those. As Adam said earlier, we bargain with through formal negotiations with the administration at UIC. Adam will touch on what we do in those with our contract in a second here, but it's a formal negotiation process. We also represent our members through contractual grievance processes, which basically means if you have any problems at work, this could be, you know, not being appointed for no clear reason, or you have unsafe work environments, or you're experiencing harassment, et cetera, we will legally represent you in that process to file a grievance against your employer. And we also organize to take collective action on major issues that are important to us. Currently, we're working in tandem with the BLM movement at UIC, organizing with them, but we also work with the other affiliated or other unions on campus to kind of work together to do coalition building across the campus to make sure that everybody's voice is equally heard. Oops, I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So like it says, as a worker, you have rights, and we kind of work to defend those rights essentially. And so talking a little bit about what we actually bargain in this contract that kind of defends your rights, we kind of set the healthcare prices. So we kind of control, or our contract controls how much GAs and TAs actually have to pay for campus care. We also bargain over wages and raises. So we actually, in our last contract campaign, one of our biggest raises ever, 4.5% per year, which I guess we'll talk a little bit more about in a second. So we have a bunch of protections against discrimination, paid sick leave, paid personal day, parental leave. You may not even know that you get those as a TA and GA, but you do. And we have a grievance procedure set out in the contract for how we actually go about enforcing this contract. Okay, and so like I said, we recently negotiated a new contract with a really big win. We ended up going on strike for about 3 weeks, and we got these really awesome wins. So largest raises in our history, 4.5% per year for each year of the contract. So we got reductions in fees and fee freezes pretty much across the board. The international student fee was actually cut in half. We got significantly more healthcare coverage, so cuts the price of campus care down. Transparency in appointments. So I've seen a lot of questions about how people get TA and GA appointments. So now big enough departments actually have to have an official written policy that they post on their website about how those decisions are made. I heard that mentioned in the last panel, and that was actually one of our wins from the last contract. And then we also got additional non-discrimination protections, including immigration and citizenship status and arrest record.
And our bargaining and activism doesn't kind of just end at the table. We also will do things like impact bargaining, which you can read more about in an article that came out in Inside Higher Ed recently. Impact bargaining is basically when we go to the university with concerns related to any sort of current crises. So we're in a global pandemic, as we all know. We did an impact bargaining for that to make sure we can win some protections, which included getting free summer dorms for international workers and students who couldn't return to their host or home country. We also got 100% coverage of ER expenses, full campus care coverage for COVID related care, both in network and out of network. We got mental health teletherapy established, so folks who seek mental health counseling could get it on WebEx. We also wanted the creation of hundreds of new jobs over the summer to make sure that especially those international workers who were kind of furloughed in the States actually had a job they could work at to protect their visa status. We won Masks for Every Worker. We won the option to opt out of the CTA public transit, which has never happened before. And we also wanted the process to apply for 1-year funding extensions or commitment to funding. So we are really looking at all sort of different tiers of how we can protect our workers on campus, especially with the rising costs of all those fees that Adam was mentioning, which are rising every year, right? We're really committed to making sure that not only do you not have to pay a lot, but that the coverage is like sufficient and that you are protected on campus where you work.
Yeah, so just a little bit of info about joining. So in order to join, you fill out and sign a membership card, which we'll send out in a second. So we do pay dues. Members pay 2.4% of a paycheck in membership dues each month. It's automatically pulled out of your paycheck, so you never have to worry about like sending a check anywhere. I've never missed the money. I mean, I think it's totally worth it. Every contract we've won, each raise has totally offset the cost of membership dues for that period. So I definitely think it's worth it because, I mean, the more members we have, the more likely we are to get a larger raise. So also on the card, there's a thing you sign that says you can only drop membership during August. So that basically just lets us kind of solidify our financial plans for the year. So if people were just dropping at any time, then we wouldn't be able to make good yearly predictions about monetary things. So that's kind of a standard thing among unions now. And so joining doesn't really actually require you to do anything, but being more actively involved is obviously better, and we'd love for you to do so. You could attend the membership meetings. We have 1 to 2 membership meetings a semester, and we'll also have a fall social coming up soon that'll get mentioned later. You can participate in actions supporting bargaining, issue campaigns, et cetera. And then you can also become a steward in your department. So stewards are kind of the departmental representatives to the union leadership. And you can just email our staff member at that email address if you would like to become a steward.
And how we use those dues is always kind of an important question. Again, we're a member run. And so our dues, pay for very specific things. So we pay our only staff person with their dues, who's worked supporting us and keeping us afloat is really critical. She has a PhD. She's a labor organizer. She's fantastic. Her name is Dawn. So we use that to pay her salary. We also use it to keep legal counsel on retainer for major issues such as grievances, if need be, and also bargaining. To rent an office space, which is right off campus. And to pay for communications and materials. Usually we'll have like pizza parties a couple times a year and during our membership meetings. But now we're using this to like pay for like Zoom and stuff like that. But we will have a fall social on September 2nd from 5 to 7. So keep your eyes peeled on your email for that Zoom link will come out. And again, but the dues, I know it sounds like a lot, but as Adam said, we always win enough money to offset them and you never miss the money. I've never have. And I know what we all make, right? So it might seem like a lot, but it's really not that much. And it's really important to keep our membership alive to have these dues. So why you should join, we're stronger together. As a union, you're only as strong as your members. And the more members we have, the stronger we are, the more power we'll have at the bargaining table when we go and sit and negotiate our new contract, right? To win more fee relief, to win higher wages, to win better healthcare coverage, all these really important things that as workers we rely on. And this includes like any dependent care and all these things, right, that are really important to us. So the more power we have, the more bodies we have, the more power we have at the bargaining table. And just like other unions, we only operate on our membership dues and we're completely separate from the university. So those dues you pay allow us to continue to fight for a better workplace for all of us, right? And without those dues, there's no union. So that's why we need dues, because we have to, be able to have an office and staff and things like that. Joining the union means you have a voice and you get to fight for the rights you deserve collectively with your colleagues, especially throughout the pandemic, right? We don't know how long this is going to go. We might have to impact bargain again for the spring. It all depends, but the more voices we have, the more powerful we are at the bargaining table and elsewhere. So we're very much a collective or a coalition. We work together. There is a sort of hierarchy in terms of like officers and things like that, but we're member run. We work together. We're here to listen and work for you.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and send our electronic membership card. We've been having some problems in big orientations like this where everybody tries to access it at once. So if it doesn't load for you, just keep the tab open and refresh it later. It should. And so this card, if you fill it out online, it'll automatically send the card to us. So if you're a TA or a GA, I highly suggest you fill it out. And I can also go ahead and send a PDF of the card that you can email in case that link isn't working for you. Let me find the link to that. Let's see.
Right now, you can't join if you're a TA or GA, but
if you're not a TA or GA,
yeah, if you're not a TA or GA, but you can of course come to meetings. We're open to things like that, or just showing interest in the union and helping us organize. And when you become a GA or TA, you can sign the card and be a card signed member.
Yeah, so we want to go ahead and give you about 3 minutes to just start filling out the card and let us know if you have any questions. Yeah, so go ahead and do that.
John, if you can send an email to that staff at UIC GEO and explain that situation, we'll get back to you at that. Because sometimes the meetings are members only, sometimes they're more open general meetings, so it kind of depends on the meeting type, but we're always interested in getting people to participate and help us organize.
And if you're not a TA or GA right now and you fill out a card, then that'll just automatically add you to the union whenever you do become a TA or GA later. So that's also an option. And we do have a Facebook page. If you just search for UIC Graduate Employees Organization on Facebook, we'll usually post events and that sort of thing there.
Mm-hmm. Or you can message us directly on there as well. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Again, yeah, it's only for TAs or GAs because those are designated employees. So fellows aren't eligible for GEO right now. But again, if you think that you'll be a TA or GA down the road, you can fill out a card. And once you become a GA or TA, you'll automatically be added to our bargaining unit. Yeah, so the one thing about union work, right, is that even if you're not a card sign member, you still get the benefits, right? So oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so if you do not join, we still benefit. Yes, you will still benefit. You'll get the things if you're a TAGA, even if you're not a card sign member. But do think about like all the work that is going into winning those things, and think about, you know, if you just don't want to like drink the milk for free, right? You want to participate and have your voice heard and collected, right? Hospital employees, can we opt in to support the GO? Always. You can always opt in to support us. The nurses have a union on campus too, so there's that already established there. Yes, you're supposed to email the PDF of the card to...
So you email the PDF of the card if the link for you, if the first link isn't working. The first link will send the email automatically, but if that doesn't work out for you, just email the PDF of the card.
And another question, so do you guys negotiate individual salaries or as a group? So there's a base salary for all TAs and GAs, and then there's some deviation between them. We usually bargain to raise the minimum. So right now, I believe the minimum was like, what, 19 something? So we'll be working to build that up. It's complicated because different people have different salaries, but usually we're trying to do what's best for the collective whole.
Okay, well, that's about time. Thanks for listening.
And feel free to email us anytime on Facebook or get in contact with us. Please keep your eyes peeled on your email about upcoming events that we'll be having. Thank you so much to the Graduate College for having us, and welcome to UIC.
All right, wonderful. Thank you, Jared and Adam, for joining us today and for giving information about the GEO. We're going to have a little bit of a shortened break, but I will, another opportunity to stretch. We'll meet back here just a tiny bit after 4 to finish our conversation around successful approaches to funding your graduate education, and then a quick presentation on professional development. So we'll see y'all in about 10 minutes.
Thank you, Teresa.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Hopefully you got a good stretch, a good break, pet your puppies and said hi to your kids or whatever you have going on or whatever's going on around you. We are going to enter the final part of our presentations. Thank you to everybody who stuck with us through this whole graduate orientation. We're hoping it's very useful. We are waiting actually on a technical, let's see. One of our presenters is trying to connect to her video. But while she is doing that, why don't I start with introductions of our upcoming panelists on successful approaches to funding your graduate education. I would like to introduce Lindsay Marshall, who works in the UIC's Graduate College as a research assistant and graduate assistant. Specifically, she helps students apply for fellowships and awards, so important. Lindsay is also a PhD candidate in the Department of English and has been teaching courses at UIC since 2006. She taught her first year writing classes, film, rhetoric, writing center theory, and pedagogy, and a class on discourses of addiction and rehabilitation. She is originally from Nebraska and Nevada, and she loves traveling, going to concerts, and playing bad movie trivia. Thank you, Lindsay. Daisy's trying to connect, and hopefully we will get to see her soon. If not, at least hopefully we can hear from Daisy. So recent doctor, Daisy Cristina Carvalho Fernandez, yay.
Yay, Daisy.
Yay, is a recent PhD graduate from UIC in chemical engineering. She just started her fellowship as a presidential diversity postdoctoral fellow at Brown University. She has numerous research experiences during her undergraduate studies in Brazil as well as in the US, and she was part of the Passages program where she was able to get familiarized with the graduate studies and was also awarded the Bridge to the Doctorate in her first 2 years of graduate school. In her first year, she was awarded her first year, she was awarded the graduate. Oh, I'm getting feedback. Sorry, technical issues for a second. So there we go. Okay, perfect. I'm going to finish your introduction. In her first year, she was awarded the Graduate Research Fellowship Program from NSF, the GRFP. She continued to follow her love for research throughout her graduate studies and always kept an eye out for opportunities. Through this search, she won the GROW Fellowship, which allowed her to do research in France at the University of Bordeaux for 6 months as part of her PhD thesis. She has been president of GRACE, Graduate Association of Chemical Engineers, and Grad SWE UIC, Society of Women Engineers, during her graduate studies at UIC. So I want to thank Lindsay Marshall and Dr. Daisy Cristina Carvalho Fernandez for joining us today and for just having a discussion about what is successful, what does it mean to have this kind of successful approach to funding your graduate education.
Thanks, Teresa. And congratulations, Daisy. I feel like we've been doing this together for so many years now. It's very nice to see you and now be able to call you doctor. So hi, good to see you.
Oh, yes, good to see you too. Thank you.
And hi, everyone that we can't see. We're really glad you're here, have made it to the end of the day. And we're here to talk about something that we know is deeply important to all of you, money and funding. You might see here the image of a little rock with a hand or something on it, and that is Ben Williams. If you can see that little window, Ben will be a person who is absolutely central to your quest for funding at UIC, which Daisy will speak to as well. Hi. And I work with Ben, so he's the boss, and I assist, but I'm only able to assist because he's taught me everything I know in terms of funding at UIC and external funding. And it's a job that I really love doing because it lets me work with other graduate students, which, you know, I'm one of you. I'm a graduate student too, and throughout my very long career at UIC, have needed money at various stages and have been semi-successful in getting money in a variety of ways. So that's what we're here to talk about today. And Daisy and I and Teresa discussed beforehand whether we wanted slides or to keep it casual, and we're actually going to end up doing a little bit of both. So I have a couple of slides to share at some point, but for the most part, we want it to be a conversation. And you can put questions that you have in the chat. I might put a couple of little tips in the chat at some point. And I know Ben said that he would be looking at the chat and providing some responses as we are talking too. So Daisy, I'm happy to start. If you want to start, you are most welcome, whatever you think.
Go ahead, you can start.
Okay.
Yes.
So the last part of orientation that I was able to be a part of was the Real Talk panel, which I think is always important and really love being a part of. And though this is different, because it's a panel about funding, there's one crucial thing that I think applies to both the kind of real talk about expectations for graduate school and funding. And that is a little something that you've probably heard of called the imposter syndrome, where you are entering graduate school, you are immediately going to think that you haven't read enough, that you don't know enough of the research, that there are too many authors you haven't heard of, and it's going to feel a little bit intimidating. And I think the first thing to recognize about that is that even if everyone doesn't admit it, everybody feels that. And this is also true of funding. So when we send out from the Graduate College the weekly funding emails with about 15 to 20 different opportunities in different fields, you'll see some listing and think, there's no way. I am not far enough along in my research to be able to apply for that. Or, oh, so it's such a prestigious award, it's a Fulbright, there's no way I could get anything like that. And I want to really encourage you to fight your way out of that imposter syndrome, or to fight your way out of believing from the get-go that this isn't something you would be able to win, that it's too large a sum of money, that it's too prestigious of an organization, and would just encourage you to read on and to see if it might be something you can apply for. Because you'd be surprised at how many opportunities there are out there that don't get taken advantage of because everyone thinks they can't apply or they shouldn't apply. And I just want to encourage you to fight that imposter syndrome as you start applying for different funding opportunities and awards. Because you win the things you don't apply for, right? Which I know is something that Daisy talks about too. You have to give it a shot. If you're eligible to apply, you should try. So I'm going to stop talking for a minute so that I don't talk too much. And then Daisy, do you feel comfortable just kind of lobbing it back and forth?
Sure. Yeah.
Great.
Feel free to introduce, get something to in the middle if I start talking about something. But I'll just share a little bit about my story, how it happened for me, because it's a little bit related to what you just said about imposter syndrome. When I started, I definitely felt like I didn't belong, and I definitely felt like I wasn't as qualified, or I wasn't as ready as many as my peers were. And from the first fellowship I received, I was required to apply for the GRFP fellowship, but I definitely didn't feel like I was ready, or I was competent enough, or if I knew how, and I felt like I didn't have any of the qualifications, or I didn't think I would be able to get a good application in. And I went to meet with my professor, and that's what I told him, like, I don't have enough research experience, I don't have outreach, I don't have anything. And I just kept saying, like, no. And he just sat me down and said, no, you have it. You just have to know how to write it. All your experiences are there. You definitely did enough outreach. Like when you were volunteering somewhere, that's an outreach and everything. So sometimes you need to have that one person that is going to tell you, like, no, they just have to be able to help you how to write. And that's one thing that I definitely want to touch base is definitely ask for help. You know, Ben is there. I've bugged him many, many times. Ben Williams has been a great help, but many other people at UIC will be able to help you, not just with the writing process, but actually show you that if you are there, it's because you belong there. They wouldn't accept you if you weren't supposed to be there in the program. So if they accept you, it's because you belong there and you are able to do that. So just keep pushing and keep applying. You know, so a lot of times you're going to receive no's. Not every application that I put in, I got accepted. Not every fellowship that I applied, I got it. But I was able to get over 200 grants in fellowships where many professors in my department didn't have as much funding when I got some of them. So the only reason why I got it is because I applied. Even when I taught, it was like I couldn't get that. I wouldn't be awarded, and I still got it. The GRFP, that was the biggest one that I received. Even when I was doing the application, some of the people still told me, one person from a different UIC campus told me like, oh, it's really good that you applied because then you have practice for next year so you can apply again. Like, some people are not going to believe in you, and it's okay. Like, just believe in yourself and grab from the people who believe in you and who are going to support you, and just try. And just, if you don't try it, you won't get it. In my undergrad, one person got a couple of scholarships that I didn't think she met all the requirements. And she's like, how did you get that? And it was because nobody else applied for that scholarship. And she was the only one who applied. So the main thing is like, believe in yourself and apply it. Whatever think you may qualify, even if you don't think you hit all the marks, still try to seek help, ask for different people, not just in one department. So I asked for my professor, but I also asked people from different departments, because the people who are going to read your application sometimes is not in your field. So you have to have perspective from different people. And that's how I was able to get all the fellowships that I got, was all from like getting different help from different people, and always asking, seeking different opinions and trying to make sure my application really met what they were seeking for.
Yeah, and I think that's hugely important that you will want to think about writing the application materials for fellowships and awards and grants as a different kind of genre than the usual writing you do. Whether you're a scientist, whether you're an English person, whether you're an anthro person, the way that you will be asked to write for applying for fellowships and awards and grants is just fundamentally different. And that's what we're here to help with. And I'll show you just a couple of quick slides, and I'm not sure if screen share is on for me, but I'm going to try here. Yep, it is. So this is just to give a quick overview of some of the different mechanisms of funding. So at UIC's Graduate College, we do have some sources of internal funding. So there are awards, there are fellowships, internships, some tuition waivers, and a few other kinds of support. And most of this funding, as a lot of you know, is for terminal degree students. So if you're in professional programs, that might not meet the requirement, but you can definitely look on our website, which I'll show you in the next slide, and see what kind of requirements there are for applying for things like tuition waivers, fellowships, because they do vary. So you'll want to look at the website to see how those are differentiated. Some mechanisms of internal funding require your department to nominate you, and there are a lot of different deadlines. Many are in October, some come as late as December in the fall semester, but a lot of them are in the spring. So on our funding and awards section, which again, I'll point you to in a moment, on the Graduate College's website, there will be descriptions of the awards that the Graduate College offers, but there will also be links to other external awards and fellowships that we either are really familiar with or that we help to administer, specifically that Ben, as the liaison for numerous programs like Fulbright, like Boren, Critical Language Scholarship, that Ben helps to administrate and it acts as the liaison for. We are not, again, we are not, one more time, we are not involved in choosing for engineering who gets a fellowship or who gets an assistantship. We help to administrate the awards, but we don't choose which students get assistantships and things like that. So you want to contact your department first, and if they direct you to the grad college to ask for more information or to get assistance with writing, then that's the next stage. But your department is definitely the first order when it comes to things like assistantships or special kinds of waivers. So here is the link to our page, and Ben has been actively posting things into the chat. So you should have some links here already that you can click on. This is the first page to help you navigate the Graduate College Fellowships and Awards. So there's just a little preview of that. And then to talk about, so again, those are internal awards, and just to quickly touch on external funding, Ben will be incredibly helpful with this as the Fellowships and Awards Coordinator. But a lot of this will also be on you to look up initial eligibility requirements, to navigate individual organizations' websites. So let's say you are thinking about applying to an overseas program that will allow you to do some research. You should start with that organization. And then if you're thinking about really applying for that and you fit the eligibility requirements, then sending Ben an email, or I'm happy to answer these emails too, and saying, hey, I'm thinking about applying to an overseas program to conduct research on the mangosteen fruit. What do you think? Do you think this is the best external fellowship to apply for? What do I need to do? We will help guide you through the process, but it'll be up to you to locate some of those awards, or if it is an award that we've posted in our weekly email to the graduate funding listserv, we might not know a ton about that particular fellowship, but we are here to help navigate after you've done the initial work to conduct research. If you look in that third little diamond, it says the coordinator, meaning Ben, will meet individually with students who need assistance on award applications and serve as the campus liaison with funding agencies for certain fellowships and awards. So Ben is a busy guy, but he's also incredibly helpful. I'm there to back him up. So really, if you're thinking about applying for something, please don't hesitate to reach out and we will help however we can. And you can see there's one more link right here for other online funding resources and broader databases like UIC SNAP. If you haven't signed up with SNAP, that's something to do today. It's pretty quick and easy, and it opens up a huge portal, literally and figuratively, to all kinds of funding opportunities. So I said way too much. I'm gonna go ahead and stop this share and turn it back over to Daisy for any additions. If there's anything you can think of as you were navigating fellowships and awards, yeah, I'll be quiet.
No, you're good. Just a couple of things that I want to mention. Like she said before about the application being so different. One thing to really keep in mind is really look at different samples, like examples that you have online of some applications, and really try to see different, especially if you can find more than one, really try to look at different ones. Because I remember when I was doing the GRFP, when I first started searching, it really seemed like impossible. Every application that I saw, it looked so amazing, and I'm like, I can't do this. And the one of my first mistakes was to actually get my graduate application and try to change my essay, my personal statement and things like that. And I remember going to a GRFP orientation, and the first thing they said was to just start from scratch. Stop all that you had before and really think of that application and see how you can sell yourself there. So you were really trying to sell yourself. So really think in a different way. So that was one of the things that I think was really important, and really try to look for each application that you were doing as a special application that you were starting from scratch. Is a lot of work, but it definitely pays out in the end if you spend the time for it. A lot of times I remember really struggling at the beginning of the first year with all the classes, being out of classes for more than, was almost 3 years at that time that I didn't have any classes. So I was struggling being able to study again and applying for fellowships, and those applications are like long applications. And it's a lot of work, but it definitely pays out in the end if you actually put your time and effort to it. So that's one thing that was really important that to keep in mind. So like, and I saw Ben commenting on the answer, is like you really have to think 1 year ahead. You cannot think that if you want to apply for something, the money is not going to come next month or 6 months. Sometimes it's over a year. So you have to start applying now if you want the money to come next August. So you really have to think ahead. So this is one thing to really keep in mind. You cannot wait until the last minute. Things are really, it starts way before the year. So some deadlines will be like September, October. So you have to really watch out for those. And one last thing that I wanted to mention is I saw a question here too that Ben answered about applying for assistantship while you shouldn't apply for fellowships, and that's, he said, is not true and is really not. I had teaching assistantship one time that I still had a fellowship. It really depends on fellowships or scholarships. Each one is going to have their own guidelines. Some are going to be okay with that, some are not. So really look into that and try to navigate that part, like figuring out which one you are applying. A lot of them are going to let you apply for more than one thing, and you still get TA or some other assistantship while you're doing that. I think was a couple of questions that I saw. So,
and I bet, Daisy, you'll back me up on this. So in applying for several things that I ended up getting, I used a lot of the same materials. Because once you have a really concise description, like really convincing, persuasive, concise description of your work or proposed research project down, you can repurpose that in a lot of different ways, which is not to say that it should be an easy copy and paste job, but that you do have a core from which to start and to apply to a bunch of different fellowships or opportunities. So that's one of the things that the grad college is there to help with, is really crafting a super convincing, say 500-word description of your intended research or of your current project, and then figuring out a way to apply that same text to different applications. And Ben's heard me say this a million times, Daisy and Teresa too, but writing for awards, writing the materials for awards, even ones I didn't get, was one of the fundamentally most useful things that I've done in graduate school. Because those kinds of materials help you really rethink the clarity of your research, but also they help you learn how to write for a different genre, which fellowship applications are just fundamentally different. So if you are thinking about applying for something, don't get discouraged because it's not a direct part of your work. It totally is, because you have to write about your research in a concise way. And eventually advisors and people on your committees or your professors will be expecting you to apply for these sorts of opportunities anyway. So it really is all a part of your work. I put a couple of little notes in the chat to say to check out Pivot, which UIC has a subscription for, and also the UIUC Fellowships Finder. And Daisy's point about thinking way ahead is huge. And I would totally recommend doing a search in Pivot and in the UIUC Fellowship Finder database by date. So you can do just a find search for things that are going to be due in, 10 in October. And once you have a list of things that might be relevant to you, that are interesting to you, then make a little archive. So make a spreadsheet, make a Google Docs, and then set some sort of calendar reminder that there are going to be 3 of these things due on October 15th, or 2 of these things due on November 1st. And then you won't feel like you are working against the clock at the last minute all the time. So you could take literally 20 minutes to start creating an archive of upcoming due dates and set a calendar reminder, and you would just be so far ahead of thousands of other graduate students who aren't setting that kind of reminder. So give that a shot while you're like watching TV or something. Just start combing through some upcoming deadlines for fellowships and awards and make a little archive for yourself.
I saw a question there too about work balance and being a TARE and doing the fellowships. I'm assuming you are asking about applying for fellowships. And I just want to touch a little bit about that because it is a lot of work at the beginning. It is a lot of adjustment. And I even had to go get help on the counseling for that at the beginning of struggling with so much stress and so much going on. And one thing that really helped me was to really try to create different places where I would feel like I was doing a little bit of leisure, but I also was studying. So for me, being outside was a huge thing. So I would get my books and do homework in a park, go take a blanket and lay down in the park and do homework there, or go to the beach and work there. So definitely try to create situations where you can feel like you're resting a little bit and try and doing work at the same time, because it is a lot of work and you have to create those moments too, because otherwise you're just not going to have enough on you to keep going. You're going to hit a point where you're just too stressed or too much, because it is a lot of work. Like Ben said, it's like a part-time job applying for fellowships. It really is. It is a lot of work. And classes are not easy. At the beginning, it is hard. You are going to get the imposter syndrome, like she said, and Lindsay said, and so many other things are going to come up. Like classes are hard, and you have to do TA or RA, and you have to apply for fellowships and all of that. It is a lot of work. So recognize that. Don't let that say, oh, just I can't do or whatever. It is temporary. We'll pass. So, after you get that funding, it's gonna make up for all of that. So just try to create different situations during your daily life where you can try to feel like you're resting a little bit too, or you're enjoying a little bit too, so you're not over stressed and over worried to the point where you can't even think or you can't even do any more work.
Yeah, that making the work pleasurable is a really huge deal, because you're never going to have enough time in the day, and that's like totally fine. Nobody does. And this kind of planning a little bit out for things like grants or awards or fellowships is just really useful, because it takes some of the pressure off of you in terms of thinking at the last minute, oh no, I have to get this in next week and this feels impossible. So just a few moments of planning while you're watching Netflix could be really useful down the road. And whatever you need, if you're wondering about this stuff or there's something that you have in mind that you want to apply for, get in touch with us and we'll absolutely help however we can. There's also, if you don't know about it, I'm not sure if this was part of what was discussed yet today, but do you know that UIC has a writing center, and it is open to a variety of students. So it's not just for undergraduates, and they do help students with any kind of writing. So it doesn't have to be a paper for a class. It doesn't even have to be for like English. It could be for bio. It could be for any kind of class. So that's one resource in addition to our very tiny graduate college for folks to give some really serious help with writing for these kinds of opportunities. And yeah, I think that's the major stuff I had to say. I don't know if Ben or Teresa want to add anything, or Daisy, if you have any last additions.
The only thing is like really take advantage of all the resources that UIC has. It's not just the financial, it's not just Teresa, now the graduate college is about, there's a lot of other resources over there. Like I mentioned before, I went to the psychologist when I was too stressed and I couldn't handle classes and everything. And that was a major help. So like take advantage. Sometimes I would go to Teresa and just like almost cry there, like, I can't do this. Like there are many people there who are there to just support you and help you. So take advantage of everyone that can help and support you. Grad school is hard. Applying for things is hard, but you can get through it and just take advantage. Don't feel embarrassed. Don't feel ashamed. Just take advantage of all the resources you can have at UIC.
Absolutely. And the last thing is pay attention to emails that come from Ben Williams. So you'll see an email probably every Friday that comes from Ben that lists, as I said at the beginning, about 15 to 20 funding opportunities. And don't get discouraged if you don't see anything in, you know, the first 2 emails, the first 3 emails that are directly related to your field, because we just put them together based on due dates. So there are a lot of opportunities that we don't get to include, but really pay attention on Fridays to that funding email that comes from Ben, not only because there might be something that's a really good fit for you, but also because there are a lot of links to different resources that will be helpful no matter your field.
Thank you so much for the wealth of knowledge and information, Lindsay Marshall and Dr. Daisy Carvalho Fernandez, and Ben Williams, who is just a power chatter, and the team over here for giving you information. I know that was like a short version of all the things and all the information, but it was a wonderful introduction, hopefully, for all of you to see some of this information. So thank you so much, and we appreciate you, and we'll see you around. And Daisy, good luck at Brown, and I'm sure you'll do great over there. You can finish the PhD, you can get fellowships. This is possible despite the challenges. So thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, so we are at the final presentation, and actually that means y'all get to listen to me a little more, as if you haven't been tired of listening to me all day long. But I do the professional and career development for the Graduate College, along with my graduate assistant, Jody Aguilar. And I just wanted to share a couple resources with y'all about professional and career development before we head out, because this is the beginning of your graduate career, but it's also thinking about your future career, your professional career, what you're going to do moving forward. So I'm going to do a screen share. And this is true, your professional development absolutely starts now. It's something that you need to be thinking about right now. If you have seen these comics throughout the day, they've been from phdcomics.com. If you haven't checked them out, from Jorge Cham, who has some really funny graduate student comics and some movies about it. And so this is a student in the middle of doing work saying, oops, it's time for my 5-minute, existential crisis. What am I doing with my life? What's the point? What am I going to do when I graduate? And then back to work. But we don't want to be in this state when we're, at the end of our master's program or 5 years into our PhD program. We want to be thinking about these things ahead of time. So just to let you know, I'm sure as you've heard throughout the day, we're here for you. The Graduate College is here for you. We're here to support you in developing your strategies, plans, and networks to be successful in your professional and career development. We want to empower you to think about navigating a lifetime of complex career decisions. This is interesting that 50% of PhDs in the United States initially found employment in business, government, and nonprofit sectors. So if we're even thinking about, well, I want to go into academia, that is going to be my pathway, to really be thinking about if 50% of PhDs are also going into these forms of employment, there are other pathways for happiness, for careers, for your life. It's important to note that the knowledge that you're going to gain as a master's and PhD student or a professional student is not only valuable in the tenure track academic positions, the knowledge and skills that you're gaining are transferable to a variety of careers. So you may come in thinking, I want to do this one thing, I want to do this particular type of research. Maybe you're thinking academia, maybe you're thinking industry, or some other, career. But there is a lot of skills that you're gaining that are going to take you into a variety of careers. So we really want you, while you're here, to think about setting yourself up for a diverse career trajectory. You're going to be eligible for competitive academic positions as well as gain transferable skills for professions, including helping students take advantage of and further develop skills already acquired through your graduate programs. So you're going to be developing your research abilities and your command of specific discipline-specific knowledges, interdisciplinary knowledges, project and self-management understanding a commitment to ethical practices, information management and communication abilities, grant writing, analytical skills, et cetera, et cetera. So when you think about all these skills that you're developing, there is the opportunity for a lot of different diverse career pathways, which you can kind of see here: consulting, outreach, government, policy, the business of science, technology, data management, et cetera. So this is just, again, another listing. Some of those things that I already mentioned: research, analysis, evaluation, public speaking, writing concisely. And we offer a number of workshops, programs, and we have resources that are going to also help you develop these skills, not only as you're in your courses doing your coursework, not only in your labs or in your research, but also through teaching and other sorts of volunteering projects, programs that you can help to develop these skills. So one of the things to suggest is, obviously, as people are saying, to set time aside, get organized, right? But what does that actually look like when we're thinking about our professional and career development? What are the things I actually have to do here? So if you start from the end and work backward, what is your goal date for finishing, your dissertation? Or what is your goal end date for finishing your master's and your master's project? Then work backwards. What are the things that you're gonna need to do to get there? And also, what is that ultimate career goal that you're thinking about? What are the things you're gonna need to get to that ultimate goal, and work backward from there? You need to start thinking about, what are your degree completion deadlines? What is it gonna look like? Is there comprehensive exams that you're gonna need to take, in order to get your degree? What are the different markers that you need for success in your program and in your discipline? Start thinking about, I think it was mentioned both in the Real Talk panel with graduate students and then also in the faculty panel, thinking about major conferences in your field, and maybe, finding out about them, starting to ask about them. What are the things I should be going to and figuring out in my field of expertise? And what are the submission deadlines for those fields? Also, as the previous speakers just mentioned, what are the other deadlines for funding, right? For both getting to conferences and for funding your research and funding your future projects. Including financial plans and funding deadlines is important and a part of this. And then also just kind of starting an achievements file of things that you've accomplished now, getting started right now on creating these files for yourself. I think this was already kind of talked about, especially in the faculty panel, but really think about multiple mentors. I want to say, early 2000s, I came into graduate school thinking, oh, well, I'm going to have one mentor that is going to tell me everything that I need to do. I'm going to have my advisor and they're going to share everything that I need to do for graduate school. And that was just definitely not the case. You need to identify multiple people that are going to help you with different aspects of your graduate career and also into your professional career. Some folks are going to be there to read your work. Your mentors and advisors are going to, help you with your whatever, accomplishing your degree and moving on in your career trajectory. There's going to be outside colleagues that you might be collaborating with on research. There's going to be friends and colleagues that you need for emotional support to get through your graduate program, and those are mentors too. So thinking about this kind of vast network of mentors that you're going to need in order to move forward. You really need to start thinking about learning the industry of academia. As a graduate student, you're part of this industry, and it's not enough to just be an expert in your subject area. If you want to succeed in graduate school, it's also important to have a bird's eye view. Start understanding academia as an industry, and it's important that you have a macro view of this industry. What does it look like? Now that you've joined as a PhD or master's student, what are the biggest challenges that professors have? What are the biggest challenges that staff and the leadership of universities are facing when it comes to higher ed? Now we know that in this current context, that's definitely, a big thing with online learning and these things, but there's other issues going on. So think about what are the biggest challenges and where is the future of higher ed going? You're in a field and discipline. What is that field and discipline going to look like 5 years out? Start thinking about that and start exploring the resources that are talking about that. Who's doing the innovation? Where is that happening? What kind of institutions are moving forward, and how is your field situated in this landscape? So really thinking about learning this industry of academia. Through UIC, you have access to the Chronicle of Higher Education. Go through the UIC library website, and also check out Inside Higher Ed. I want to promote, there's a little section in Inside Higher Ed called Carpe Careers, and they have a lot of tips for students thinking about their future career development in the Inside Higher Ed. I'm going to stop screen share in a second and then take you actually to some of these resources, but there are resources that we pay for as the Graduate College for you to start thinking about your career and professional development. And then there's some other free online resources that are super helpful and have been developed by the Graduate Career Consortium group to help folks with their career development. So I'm going to talk about really briefly these four resources. Actually, I'm going to start again and go to the web sharing. Okay, so I want to show you where you can go to find links to these career development resources that I was talking about. So if you go to the graduate website and you click on academics, you go to the very bottom and you see student resources. You're going to click on that. It's going to take you not only to all these other resources we had earlier. Jody was talking about the Graduate Student Handbook, links to the Disability Resource Center, etc. But if you look at the bottom, we have a couple different career resources down here, including the Versatile PhD, the National Center for Faculty Development and Diversity, as well as Imagine PhD. Now, what are these things, and why are you giving me so much information, Teresa? Well, Imagine PhD is an amazing career exploration and planning tool for the humanities and social sciences. And if you're in STEM, you're like, okay, I don't need to list them for a second. But actually, I would also suggest if you are, in STEM, engineering, etc., there's a ton of assessments that make you think about your career planning and your career goals that you can also use. So there is definitely a series of assessments that you can look at. And what it does is this resource really helps you think about your skills, interests, and values and evaluate them. What kind of career-related activities do you enjoy doing? What are some of the skills that you have, and what are your values? And so by doing some of these assessments, looking at your top 5 skills, your top 5 interests, and your key values, it helps you kind of navigate what are besides, maybe this academic track is what's for you, but maybe there's some other additional career options for you. One of the things I recommend and that we will have posted on the graduate website is the individual development plan. This is a means of setting goals and making your individual development plan. You can do it through Imagine PhD, or you can do it in whatever, there's a lot of different models of doing it. We have, a document on the Graduate College website also that you can fill out, and I will also show you my IDP, which has another tool. But it helps you think about your short-term goals, your long-term goals, and not just thinking about your graduate education as, okay, well, that's the ultimate goal. No, what are you going to do after you graduate? I also want to show you these general resources, which are really super helpful. And I was talking earlier about this Inside Higher Ed, Carpe Career, some really, really helpful articles. But thinking about job offers, writing a cover letter, negotiating, tips for writing a resume. Now you may be thinking, okay, I'm a few years out from doing this, but it's always helpful to have these kind of resources and tip sheets. So I recommend taking some time going in, looking at the site, looking at the resources, and really filling out these assessments. And then it helps you kind of create a network for making your plan for your career development. Another career tool, this is specifically for folks in STEM, and it's actually what Imagine PhD kind of referenced as it was developed by this Grad Career Consortium group, is these exercises also on skills, interests, and values, but this is specifically for STEM folks. So it does a very similar thing to the Imagine PhD site and allows you to kind of explore some of these career exploration tools. The other resource I want to show you, which was also, if you look at this, right, in the National Center for Faculty Development and Diversity, the Graduate College partners with the Office of Diversity and Faculty Affairs to host the National Center for Faculty Development and Diversity resource tools online for you all. There is a ton of different webinars, again, curriculum, resources. So these are some of the webinars that are coming up: creating an inclusive classroom for students with disabilities, overcoming academic perfectionism, building and leading successful research teams, how to engage in healthy conflict, et cetera, et cetera. This is directed definitely for folks who do want to go into academia, and also, you know, it's the National Center for Faculty Development and Diversity for BIPOC folks of color who want to do that. But these resources are for any graduate student, any faculty member, any staff member who wants to go in and use these resources. They are there for you. There is tons of different resources in here. There's also a dissertation success program. A number of our students have participated in the 14-day writing challenges, which puts you in kind of a group to kind of push you through a project that you need to finish. And there's just a lot of different resources and information here. So just know that this is here for you. There's no cost. Make sure that you go in and you put your UIC ID when you're going in to register for this, for both this and the next one that I'm going to tell you about, because we pay an institutional membership to the NCFDD for membership. So you should not be paying to go into the site. But otherwise, if you weren't a graduate student, you would have to. So you can kind of go in and go around and look through these, but this is something that I think is really amazing for thinking, again, about your roadmap for personal and professional goals. And also, what I think the NCFDD is really good with is building accountability programs, building groups of accountability and offering support in terms of accountability to getting your work done. And the last resource I want to share with you, the last career resource, which also you can find a link to here, the Versatile PhD, is something that we pay a membership for in the Graduate College to be able to offer to you all. Is the Versatile PhD website. It's primarily for PhDs and postdocs trying to build professional careers, both inside and outside of academia, but specifically for folks that aren't necessarily looking to do the academic track. There is an Options for Success course, which offers this kind of 6-module course development that you can do, as well as a lot of different career finder pathways where folks are talking about whatever career you're kind of looking at. You can go into, let's say you are interested in kind of like biotechnology. Then there's resumes for folks who are being hired in that field for those jobs. And then also just kind of general information for that field. So it's a wonderful kind of career exploration tool and site for you all to kind of look at. There's also kind of community posts, groups, et cetera, and opportunities to network with other PhD folks. So this is the Versatile PhD. And again, making sure you go through the UIC website in order to get access to that. Okay. As far as that goes, just really, I want to echo something that the previous panelists had said. Check out for your emails. A lot of the stuff we send out, you're like, oh, I don't want something from another list, but a lot of the productive information that we share through the Graduate College, that I share in terms of our professional career development resources, as well as some of our other resources, is through, the grad list, the grad listserv that we send emails out to you from. And so make sure to pay attention to those. I also want to encourage you to follow us on social media. My colleague Shannon's going to drop our social media handles in the chat. We are on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn. So make sure to follow us and reach out to us through there. That is something we're expanding and growing, but we're definitely sending out information about events, career opportunities, other types of opportunities through there. And what else? Okay, well, for my presentation, that's it. I want to remind folks about the social that Jody had shared earlier. If you're looking to kind of meet other grad students and have a really kind of calm environment, I know we didn't get to talk to each other other than the Padlet. So I want to, sorry, one second. I didn't do screen share. So we will be sending out the link both through all of our social media, but also through your email to attend the grad student social if you want to join us this Friday from 12 to 1. It'll be a nice opportunity just to talk to some other graduate students. And also, I know we didn't get to all of the questions. We didn't get to everything. We tried our best, but know that we have taken a record of all of the questions that were in the chat. So anything that went unanswered, we will try to find a way to, get that information out to you, whether that's through email or sending out links to information to all of the graduate students. So I appreciate your time and attention. One thing that I would love is to do a checkout for everybody to see if there's something that kind of stuck out from today, something that was helpful. So just like when we came in at the beginning, we're going to have a Padlet that everybody can go ahead and let us know what's something that was most helpful today in this orientation. This was the first time we did this, but hopefully we got to some good information here. And then also, what's some information you still need? What are some things that the Graduate College can either communicate with you that aren't in the website, that aren't in the orientations, that you still are kind of like looking for? So that's dropped in the chat box right now. It's at Padlet link. And then again, the orientation 2020 is the password. And if you can't get in, that's fine. You can just drop it in the chat. For folks that are asking, can you see it again if it's if you're joining late? Yes, we're in the next week or two, we're going to be posting this on the Graduate College website. We just need to consolidate everything. There's also a number of videos that we didn't get to show that were recorded from campus resources. So those are all going to be linked on the Graduate College website, including the Disability Resource Center, the Gender and Sexuality Center, the Women's Leadership Research Center, and the Campus Advocacy Network. We didn't get to show you the video of the UIC library and how to access the different tools there and what are some tips for accessing the library, but those will all be up on our website. So with that, we're here for you. The Graduate College is here for you. We hope that this was a successful orientation and that you found something useful. Please drop us a note. Let us know, anytime if there's something you need. There's a link to the Graduate College website in the chat. And I just want to thank you all for whether you came in for 20 minutes or you're here with us all day. We thank you, we appreciate you, and we wish you a wonderful semester to be productive and to work with your colleagues, meet your colleagues, and yeah, have a good semester. Thanks, everybody.